Salve a tutti, grazie per esservi uniti. Allora, l'evento sta iniziando ora. Vi informo che per i sottotitoli e le captions live dovete scansionare il codice QR sul alla fine del workshop poi si terrà una sessione di domande e risposte. Per favore, svolgete tutte le domande attraverso la tab del Q&A che si trova in alto sulla chat. Poi, durante il workshop si svolgeranno 2 live challenges dove avrete la possibilità di vincere una carta regalo GoGift da $30. Per ogni challenge verranno consegnate 3 carte regalo tra le risposte corrette. Non dimenticatevi poi di scansionare il codice QR sullo schermo quando appare. Infine, l'annuncio dei vincitori, così come la distribuzione della giacca dell'ispirazione o anche Jacket of Inspiration, avverrà dopo la conclusione di tutti i workshop Inspire 2024 a settembre. Ora passo la parola a Developer Z che parlerà di programmazione su Roblox e algebra booleana. Vai Ade.
Buongiorno a tutti. Questo workshop si concentrerà principalmente sull'algebra booleana. È un concetto un po' tracciato nella community di Roblox, però è molto utile. Parleremo quindi innanzitutto di come applicarla. Nello scripting viene usato per if statement o anche per i while, però rendiamola più semplice if statement. Spiego cosa sono le condizioni, quindi quando vediamo delle regole matematiche condizionali, per esempio maggiore, minore, uguale, queste robe che significato hanno. La logica di queste condizioni, quindi come manipolarle, questo viene chiamata algebra booleana, è come gestirle nello scripting, ma anche in contesti di vita reale, perché no? Nella vita reale abbiamo pure le condizioni, vedremo in seguito, ma comunque esistono nella vita reale. Per esempio, se faccio questo e faccio questo, allora succede questo. Esiste nello scripting, ma ovviamente nella vita reale pure, nel linguaggio italiano, inglese o perché lo scripting, ricordatevi, è sempre un linguaggio di programmazione molto formale, però è sempre un linguaggio. Allora, iniziamo dalla cosa principale, che sono gli if statement. Nello scripting sono una struttura decisionale per verificare se la condizione, cioè significa, se vediamo questo, allora, qui avremo questa struttura, if condition then, e qui end. Se questa condizione è vera, allora tutto il blocco di istruzioni che sarà qua sarà eseguito. Questo è importante perché lo scripting deve avere una decisione, cioè il computer deve sapere dove andare, altrimenti sarebbe tutto uguale, cioè nel senso sarebbe tutto già programmato e senza nessuna eventualità e casualità. Sarebbe io gioco un gioco, sono sempre le stesse cose, molto lineare, però ovviamente i computer servono anche i videogiochi su Roblox, comunque devono essere molto dinamici e non possono essere lineari. Il concetto di dinamicità è proprio importante perché se io faccio un programma che fa 2 più 2 e lo manda in output, è inutile perché dovrei avere un programma che fa 2 più 2, uno che fa 2 più 3, uno che fa 2 più 4, uno che fa 2 più 5, 1 più 3 e così via. Ma sarebbe troppo spiegato. Invece è buono avere un programma che possibilmente si decide prima un numero, il secondo numero e si sommano, o addirittura n numeri e si sommano, o ancora più dinamico pure l'operatore, quindi ho addizione, moltiplicazione, divisione, potenza, tetrazione, quello che volete. Ora vediamo un piccolo esempio di if statement. Allora, per esempio, se noi consideriamo A che ha un qualsiasi valore 50, questa viene chiamata variabile, serve per contenere valori di qualsiasi tipo, in questo caso numeri. Allora, come vedete, questo è l'if. A, per esempio, maggiori di 20, then, questa è la condizione, vedete come è relazionale, ha una matematica relazionale, cioè se è maggiore di 20, allora che ne so, print, questo è un blocco di istruzioni, fai apparire in output il numero è maggiore di 20. Se lo andiamo qua, prendiamo la finestra di output, lo ricordo pure se cliccate F9 c'è pure la console, o altrimenti anche dalle settings developer console potete vedere gli output, in questo caso il numero è maggiore di 20. Però se rimettevo 10 non me lo dava in output. Già vedete che c'è una certa decisione, non è più statico perché al cambiamento di A cambia pure il programma. Cioè, i videogiochi non sono come per esempio un film è dinamico, cioè statico, molto lineare, resta sempre quello, non ci sono altre alternative. Lo scripting e i videogiochi in sé invece sono infiniti, cioè puoi prendere tutte le stelle che vuoi e questo li rende fantastici. Ora andiamo qua. Nei if statement esistono pure altre versioni su come dichiararli. Per esempio questa qua è la versione con l'else. L'else semplicemente quello che fa è che se la condizione è vera, come per l'if statement, allora esegue questo blocco di istruzione, o altrimenti else esegue un altro blocco di istruzioni. Quindi se la condizione è vera va qua, se la condizione è falsa va qua. Esiste pure l'else if. L'else if quello che fa è semplicemente se questa condizione è vera, allora esegue questa e basta. Se non è vera, allora vedrà se questa è vera, se questa è vera esegue questa e basta. Se nessuno delle due è vera, allora passa all'else. Ovviamente non è obbligatorio mettere l'else, si può fare tutto quello che si vuole. Però questo fa in modo che non ci siano troppi if concatenati, nidificati. Quindi è meglio. Questo invece è uno specifico caso per le funzioni. Per esempio, quando la condizione non è vera, in certi casi si può ritornare. Vediamo subito degli esempi. Allora, in questo caso proviamo subito con l'else. Altrimenti print il numero è minore di 20. Come vedete qua, il numero è minore di 20 e l'ho stampato, prima non lo stampava. Ci metto 30, è maggiore. Io questo lo potrei implementare pure facendo if A è maggiore di 20, scrivi questo, if A è minore o uguale a 20, scrivi questo. Ovviamente è il negato di un maggiore minore uguale, perché se ci immaginiamo una linea del tempo, una linea, se io qua ho 50 e io considero tutto quello che c'è dopo, il negato sarà sia 50 che tutto quello che c'era prima. Invece se è maggiore o uguale a 50, quindi è solo minore il negato, perché considera solo quello che c'è prima. Vedremo in seguito meglio di che si tratta più approfonditamente, però ho dato un'introduzione. Ok, allora, però come vedete qua si potrà scrivere in questo modo, però beh, è un po' troppo ridondante, si ripete troppo. Cioè, vedete qua, io dico onestamente, vedere questa cosa mi sta scomodo. Io preferisco 1000 volte questo, quindi less statement è importante sia per ridurre le linee di codice sia per renderlo meglio. Un'altra cosa dell'informatica che voglio chiarire è che molti si basano pure su quante linee di codice ci sono in uno script. Cioè, più linee di codice fai al giorno e più sei bravo. Non è così, perché in realtà non ti devi basare sulle linee di codice, ma ti devi basare sulla qualità di quello che hai fatto. E che una cosa può essere fatta 10 linee di codice, però ci sono equazioni matematiche dietro dove ci perso ore a cercarle, e magari ha una performance maggiore di uno script fatto 150 linee dove ci sia stato un giorno, però una qualità minore, fa più lag, occupa più potenza computazionale. Allora, bene, andiamo avanti all'ESIF. Qua se per esempio facevamo A è maggiore di 10, devo mettere dentro. Allora potete vedere che se 20, cioè se 30 è maggiore di 20, se è 14 per esempio è maggiore di 10, quindi questo l'ha saltato e si è andato qua. È praticamente come fare questo, però così è meglio, occupa meno spazio. Però se faccio per esempio 6 non mi scrive più niente. In questo caso possiamo vedere la condizione finale, l'alternativa, e ci mettiamo print A non è maggiore né di 6 né di 10 né di 20. Perfetto. Faccio vedere subito di che si tratta pure la questione delle funzioni. È un po' più complicata per il livello base da capire, però noto pure errori così, quindi perché non farlo? Dai. Se dichiaro una funzione, per esempio something, ok, da questa funzione farà qualcosa. Dentro, che ne so, mi printa A è maggiore di 10. Ci metto local A e io metto 20. Per la regola degli if io dovrei fare if A è maggiore di 10, then enter something, e funziona. Però c'è un modo anche migliore per farlo, dove si occupa sempre meno linee di codice, perché le funzioni, ma in realtà anche i cicli con il black o il continue, offrono la possibilità di uscire da essa. Quindi io posso uscire o dalla funzione o anche un ciclo. I cicli sono while, to. Questo ricordatevi è sempre una condizione, quindi quando vedete while true è come se ci fosse, è consentito perché è come se ci fosse una condizione. Io potevo mettere while A è maggiore di 10, una condizione. Questo restituisce false o true, vedremo in seguito. Però io lo potevo fare se vediamo qua, if not condition then return end, quindi lo neghiamo, quindi io faccio di int minore uguale 10, then return end. Lo script farà la stessa identica cosa, infatti qua vedete ha stampato maggiore 10, ma se io mettevo 4 non me lo stampava. E abbiamo risparmiato un po' di spazio, come vedete abbiamo tutto in una linea più pulito. Ovviamente questo si fa quando la funzione è concentrata principalmente su quella cosa. Ovviamente se ci sono 50 cose sulla condizione e si vuole fare un if condizionale su una piccola cosa, non lo si fa, altrimenti facendo il return si blocca tutto il resto. Lo si fa principalmente quando ci sono poche cose sulla funzione. Mettendo qua c'è un'altra condizione, if A è minore di 5, then altrimenti facciamo pure B. If B è minore di 1. A questo punto non va più perché comunque c'è fatto uscire. Cioè qua è uscito e non considera più B, anche quando B è vero. Cioè questo, se io gli levo questo, il B funzionerà. Un po' questo vi volevo trasmettere e spero di averlo fatto. Ok, allora abbiamo visto if statement, tutte le sue alternative, tutte le sue versioni, diciamo. Però if statement presenta anch'esso dei problemi, come if nidificati, come abbiamo detto succede quando per esempio noi si mette l'es e si metto if dentro if dentro if, l'es if un po' evita questo. E poi lunghe condizioni, cioè la ridondanza. La ridondanza è praticamente un concetto dove si ripete molte volte la stessa cosa, più di una volta. Ovviamente per la potenza computazionale e il resto è uno spreco. Ovviamente
Uwaga wszyscy, witamy wszystkich. Dziękujemy za to, że do nas dołączyliście. Mamy nadzieję, że nas dobrze słychać. No i zaczynamy. Na początku informacje, które są bardzo ważne na tego live'a. Jeżeli chcecie uzyskać napisy na żywo i tłumaczenia, proszę zeskanujcie kod QR, który znajduje się na ekranie. Na końcu warsztatu przeprowadzimy sekcję pytań i odpowiedzi. Kierujcie wszystkie pytania poprzez zakładkę Q&A, która znajduje się na górze czatu. Podczas warsztatu przeprowadzimy 2 wyzwania na żywo, w których będziecie mieli szansę wygrać kartę podarunkową GoGift o wartości $30. W każdym wyzwaniu zostaną wylosowane 3 karty podarunkowe spośród poprawnych odpowiedzi. I nie zapomnijcie zeskanować kodu QR na ekranie, gdy się pojawi, i Mandy zwrócił Wam uwagę, że właśnie czas na wyzwanie na żywo. Zwycięzcy zostaną ogłoszeni, a kosmiczny kapelusz kowbojski zostanie rozdany po zakończeniu wszystkich warsztatów Inspire 2024, czyli we wrześniu. Więc pamiętajcie, że aby otrzymać ten kapelusz, musicie wziąć udział przynajmniej w jednym wyzwaniu na żywo podczas streamu, podczas Inspire 2024. A teraz oddam głos Mandiemu, który opowie o tym, jak promować swoje doświadczenia na Roblox z influencerami. Cześć Mandy.
Cześć, witam też wszystkich, którzy są tutaj zgromadzeni. No i myślę, żeby zacząć od w sumie prezentacji, czyli od samego tematu, czyli jak promować swoje doświadczenie w Robloxie z wpływowymi osobami. Jak dobrze wiemy, gdy stworzymy już jakieś doświadczenie na Robloxie, chcielibyśmy, żeby także zgromadzić tam osoby, które w takim doświadczeniu będą brały udział, tak? Żeby to się rozwijało i może przynoszło nam właśnie jakieś korzyści. Więc może zaczniemy właśnie od takiego początku, o czym powinniśmy pomyśleć, jeżeli chcielibyśmy zacząć jakąkolwiek współpracę z influencerem. Więc jak w ogóle zaczynamy? Musimy najpierw pomyśleć o kilku krokach, które musimy przejść i także na końcu sobie przeanalizować, jak taka współpraca przebiegła. Pierwsze od czego zaczynamy, to co możemy ogólnie zaoferować, czyli patrzymy na nasz budżet. Można też także powiedzieć, patrzymy na to, czy możemy zaoferować tu również grze, nasze możliwości, czyli co możemy zaoferować za reklamę. Mamy tutaj prostą tabelkę, w której podzieliłem osoby, influencerów, którzy jakby nagrywają Robloxa, prezentują Robloxa na różnych platformach względem swojej popularności i są to osoby, które nagrywają lub prezentują typowo Roblox, podzieleni na 3 kategorie, i także są osoby, influencerzy, którzy zajmują się na przykład innymi grami, albo na przykład w ogóle nawet nie grami, to także jest tutaj specjalna tabelka, co takim osobom możemy zaoferować. Więc mamy tutaj popularność i także 4 najbardziej popularne możliwości, jakby to powiedzieć, zaoferowania naszych usług, tak? Czyli na przykład pierwsza jest to wzmianka w grze. Jest to, myślę, że najłatwiejsza forma właśnie jakby oferowania naszego budżetu, czyli prawie że bez pieniędzy, po prostu tylko nasza praca, czas, gdzie myślę, że zaoferujemy takiemu twórcy na przykład umieszczenie specjalnego zwierzaka w grze, specjalnego kodu promocyjnego, który daje jakieś dodatki do gry, albo także możemy zaoferować jakiś pomnik, cokolwiek związanego, albo jakiś nawet item UGC związanego z influencerem w grze. Myślę, przy małych twórcach, czyli małej popularności twórcy, taka wzmianka o grze może być naprawdę wystarczająca, żeby influencer zgodził się na jakiejś ze swoich platform zareklamować lub zaprezentować grę, tak? Znaczy doświadczenie. Przy średniej popularności, dużej popularności, także możemy zaoferować, że raczej osoby, które nagrywają Robloxa jako influencerzy, także będą raczej chcieli tą zmiankę, ponieważ jest to dwustronna wzajemność, czyli i zyskuje z tego doświadczenie, i także influencer jest bardziej rozpoznawalny dzięki osobom, które wbiły do gry po prostu przez platformę Roblox, a nie znały wcześniej influencera. Osoby poza Robloxa, czyli które nie zajmują się typowo Robloxem jako influencerzy, takiej zmianki nie zawsze będą potrzebowali, bo to też nie jest ich target. Po prostu oni w większości, jak będzie później można zobaczyć, będą chcieli po prostu pieniądze. Ale to przejdziemy zaraz do tego. Następną formą tutaj, co możemy zaoferować, są to Robuxy. Przy małych twórcach możliwe, że możemy takie po prostu Robuxy także dorzucić przy promocji, kiedy promocja się bardziej udała, coś się bardziej zaciekawiło widzów i były jakieś większe wyświetlenia. Tutaj możemy albo więcej filmów, więcej promocji, żeby influencer zastosował, także możemy go nagrodzić Robuxami. Przy średniej popularności, no to już musimy pomyśleć na pewno, że no, to także jednak trzeba zapłacić, tak? Więc myślę, że Robuxy także będą dobrym pomysłem, bo jeżeli jest to twórca typowo Robloxowy, on także dzięki tym Robuxom dalej będzie mógł rozwijać swój kanał na innych platformach, w innych grach, no i będzie miał możliwość wykorzystania ich dalej na swoim kanale. Przy dużej popularności niektórzy po prostu nie będą ich w ogóle chcieli, niektórzy powiedzą, że im to pasuje, a osoby raczej spoza Robloxa, no myślę, że tutaj płatność Robuxami, które my zdobędziemy z doświadczenia, raczej wypada z gry, bo taka osoba raczej ich nigdy nie wykorzysta, nawet nie będzie wiedziała, co z nimi zrobić i do czego one służą w większości, więc no tutaj wypada to zupełnie. Następna forma to pieniądze. Przy małych popularności twórców nie zastanawiałbym się nad oferowaniem pieniędzy, no bo wiadomo, można, jeżeli coś jest jakaś większa, dłuższoterminowa, no nie jest to za bardzo też lepiej zaoferować Robuxy, ponieważ taka osoba bardziej się jej przydadzą na rozwój na przykład kanału, tak? Będzie bardziej, myślę, szczęśliwa z Robuxów niż z pieniędzy w większości przypadków. Przy średnich tutaj popularności twórcy Robloxowego także możemy tutaj zobaczyć, że pieniądze to są bardziej możliwe. Przy dużej popularności pieniądze raczej będą wchodziły w grę, a osoby spoza Roblox raczej to będzie w większości no, jedyna możliwa rzecz, którą będą tylko chcieli. Procent zarobków myślę, że w większości nie będzie to dobrym pomysłem, jedynie przy dużej popularności twórcy, który by jakby ogólnie zaczął w większości na swój kanał wprowadzać tylko nasze doświadczenie, tylko to byśmy byli, żeby no, jego większość kanału była poświęcona promowaniu naszego doświadczenia, no wtedy możemy zaoferować jakiś procent, nawet go powiązać naszym doświadczeniem, robić, że on jest gdzieś głową naszego doświadczenia, co też bardzo duże przynosi nieraz korzyści, tak, że moglibyśmy mu wtedy zaoferować procent. Wiadomo, wszystko z głową. To też taka tabelka, co często twórcy czego się spodziewają. Ok, przejdźmy sobie dalej, czyli gdzie musimy się promować. No i dają tutaj takie 3 platformy w większości najbardziej opłacalne do promowania naszego doświadczenia, czyli jest to YouTube i są to materiały długie, czyli powyżej 8 minut, czyli to są te materiały długie, i shortsy na YouTubie, czyli te materiały poniżej minuty, prezentowane w formie tak jak na TikToku. Tak? No i mamy także Twitcha, transmisję na żywo. Na Twitchu, wiadomo, Roblox cieszy się różną popularnością, ale także zdarzają się transmisje nieraz właśnie u dużych twórców, którzy chętnie zagrają i naprawdę daje to dużego boosta, do którego później przejdziemy sobie, czyli dużą promocję, przejdziemy, jak ona w ogóle też wpływa na nasze doświadczenie za pomocą Twitcha, bo jest to naprawdę ciekawy temat. No i także mamy TikToka, czyli podobnie jak shortsy, tylko tam na TikToku, gdzie można powiedzieć także, że TikTok jest najłatwiejszą platformą, na której możemy się promować, ponieważ jeżeli chcemy promować się sami na shortsach, albo chcemy także tam mieć jakiegoś influencera, musi mieć już w większości zebraną jakąś bazę widzów, żeby to jakby poszło, się rozpromowało i tak, żeby nasze doświadczenie było pokazane większej ilości osób. TikTok jest najłatwiejszym medium, ponieważ nie trzeba mieć bardzo dużej popularności, a wystarczy wskoczyć w algorytm, więc tak naprawdę częstsze publikowanie przez influencera postów o naszym doświadczeniu lub na przykład kilkukrotnie może skutkować naprawdę fajnym wzrostem wyświetleń na promowanym filmie i wtedy także wzrostem na naszym doświadczeniu graczy. Ok, przejdźmy sobie teraz dalej do pierwszego quizu. Zaraz, jeżeli ktoś dobrze słuchał, to także powinien teraz usłyszeć i rozwiązać pierwszy quiz. Dobra, poczekamy sobie chwilkę i będziemy przechodzić dalej. w bardziej już dokładne elementy promocji, czyli już sama współpraca. Zeskanujcie sobie kodzik, który pojawił Wam się na ekranie i odpowiedzcie na pytanie. Podpowiem tutaj dla niektórych, który jeszcze jest, to było mówione bardzo niedawno. Dobra, może jeszcze 10 sekundek, tak, i możemy kontynuować. OK. Dobra, myślę, że już każdy, kto miał chyba odpowiedzieć, to odpowiedział. I możemy sobie przejść dalej, tak? Tak. OK, teraz tak. Następną ważną bardzo metodą kierowania się i w wyborze dla naszego twórcy, bo to też jest ważne, żeby wiedzieć, kogo w ogóle wybrać i czym się sugerować przy wyborze, bo jeżeli już znajdziemy, że zdefiniujemy nasz budżet, wybierzemy platformę, która będzie dla naszego doświadczenia najbardziej korzystna, to teraz musimy wybrać influencera, twórcę odpowiedniego dla naszego doświadczenia. Bardzo ważnym czynnikiem, gdzie z doświadczenia wiem, wiele firm, wiele osób, wiele nawet można powiedzieć agencji marketingowych, bo też już trafiłem takimi przypadkami, cały czas mylą najważniejsze pojęcie u influencerów, czyli u twórców na YouTubie, Twitchu, TikToku. Wyświetlenia nie równa się subskrypcje, tam obserwacje i inne tego typu. Co jest najważniejsze, jeżeli widzimy twórcę, który ma na przykład 2 miliony subskrypcji na YouTubie, nie jest to równe, że on jest tak bardzo popularny, gdy na przykład twórca, który ma tylko 100 000 subskrypcji, ale wyświetlenia na przykład ma 5 razy większe, czyli patrzymy w większości na wyświetlenia, nie na subskrypcje, ponieważ subskrypcje na przykład możemy gromadzić przez wiele lat, widownia może nam dorastać i tak to u twórców, dlatego patrzymy na wyświetlenia i patrzymy na ostatnie nasze wyświetlenie, jakie wtedy twórca ma na kanale i możemy to analizować, że OK, jeżeli na ostatnich swoich materiałach wykonał po 50, 60, 80 tysięcy, możemy stwierdzić, że dobrze, takiego chcemy, a ma mało subskrypcji, na to nie patrzymy. Subskrypcje w aktualnym momencie, obserwacje i subskrypcje także na Twitchu w aktualnym momencie nie są zupełnie ważne dla naszego poglądu, jeżeli wybieramy twórcę, więc patrzymy na wyświetlenia. Zaangażowanie widowni też jest to często bardzo ważne, ponieważ możemy mieć wyświetlenia, ale jak zaangażowana jest widownia, to jest też nasz kierunek, w który powinniśmy w większości też patrzeć, czyli obserwujemy liczbę łapek w górę, obserwujemy także komentarze. Jakie to są komentarze, że może sprawdzić, czy one są bardziej przyjemne dla twórcy, czy są to komentarze, które bardziej na przykład go hejtują i czy ogólnie w ogóle i jaka jest liczba tych komentarzy i porównujemy sobie z innymi kanałami. Na TikToku także, żeby sobie możliwość wybrania, żeby jeżeli widownia jest bardziej zaangażowana, także większy wzrost na naszym doświadczeniu przy promocji. Na to także musimy patrzeć. No i ostatni jest temat kanału. Także musimy zwrócić, jeżeli mamy doświadczenie, które jest bardziej jakby roleplayem, no to szukamy osób, które taki roleplay w większości nagrywają, a jeżeli mamy doświadczenie, które jest symulatorem, no to szukamy sobie twórców, którzy zajmują się symulatorami. Przyniesie to nam największe korzyści, więc kierujemy się także korzyściami dla nas, tak? Czyli co my oferujemy i także ile my możemy jak najwięcej dostać, żeby także jak najmniej zaoferować. O to chodzi. Jak najmniej oferujemy, bo wiadomo, chcemy jak najtańszym kosztem mieć jak najwięcej, no logiczny biznes w życiu. Przejdziemy sobie dalej. Takie podstawowe rzeczy na start, które możemy sobie sprawdzić u twórcy, na które powinniśmy się kierować. Stałe wyświetlenia. Czy twórca ma stałe wyświetlenia i nie sugerujemy się większymi wyświetleniami na danym materiale jednorazowo, ponieważ jest to możliwe jakiś trend, viral, dlatego patrzymy mniej więcej stałe wyświetlenia, komentarze i oceny i wtedy możemy się sugerować, że ten twórca na przykład przy 10 000 wyświetleń myślę, że na przykład dla nas mógł być na przykład odpowiedni do prowadzenia dla nas reklamy. Też jest to bardzo ważne, żeby na przykład się tym zainteresować, żeby nie wybrać sobie twórcę, a później być totalnie rozczarowanym, że nic z tego nie wyszło, nikt nie był zainteresowany, a później się dowiadujemy, że przyniosło to na nasze doświadczenie na przykład bardzo negatywny wydźwięk i nasze doświadczenie zamiast coś zyskać, to nasze doświadczenie tylko traci. Ok, przejdźmy sobie także dalej. Teraz przechodzimy do praktycznego bardziej widoku, którego pokażę Wam na moim jednym z prywatnych kanałów. Przejdziemy sobie teraz do jakby tabelki, którą także my możemy wymagać od twórcy, kiedy wykona na nas reklamę. To też jest bardzo ważne. Już udostępniam tutaj. OK. OK, mamy tutaj ekran z jakby studio YouTube'a. Pokażę na przykład YouTube'a, bo w większości działam na YouTubie i są tu statystyki jednych z moich prywatnych kanałów, nie z mojego głównego, na którym prowadzę całą moją działalność, tylko jeden z pobocznych, także możemy się zorientować w czasie takiej promocji i prosić o statystyki naszej promocji. Możemy się zorientować także o mniej więcej wieku i płci osób, które materiał zobaczyły, o wieku. Jeżeli często mamy wiek 18-24, możemy sugerować się, że były to osoby 15-14+, które same sobie zakładały konta i żeby zdjąć ograniczenia, no to dodawały sobie zawsze kilka lat. Osoby często powyżej 25-35 są to bardzo młode osoby, jeżeli możemy zobaczyć statystyki. Możemy także prosić, na przykład zanim zaczniemy promocję, twórcę, żeby wysłał z jakichś innych swoich filmów statystyki. Też to nam pozwoli się zorientować, czy na przykład taki twórca jest dla nas interesujący, żeby takie doświadczenie nasze zapromować, tak? No i tutaj, jeżeli także podpowiem, jak to interpretować, jeżeli są to często, mówię tutaj o typowo, jakby powiedzieć, kanałach nagrywających Robloxa, że jeżeli mamy tutaj 35-44, są to bardzo młode osoby, często poniżej 12-13 roku życia, które same jeszcze konta nie potrafią założyć i jest, jakby można powiedzieć, YouTube oglądany z konta rodziców. Dlatego też niby 35-44, no ale logicznie biorąc raczej takie dorosłe osoby nie będą oglądały kanału dla młodszych osób, czyli Robloxa lub jakieś tam po prostu Robloxa, więc są to osoby naprawdę młode oglądające z telefonów rodziców. Możemy zobaczyć także kraje, także jeżeli nasze doświadczenie jest na przykład przetłumaczone lub nawet nie, to na przykład możemy zobaczyć, jeżeli współpracujemy z twórcą, na jaki język jeszcze na przykład można było przetłumaczyć samemu, także żeby to lepiej wyglądało. Więc mamy tu też podstawowe statystyki, takie, które możemy poprosić twórcę przed rozpoczęciem jeszcze, jakby to powiedzieć, całej jakby promocji, a po promocji możemy poprosić o kilka innych statystyk, czyli średni czas obejrzenia na przykład naszego materiału promocyjnego, także taki twórca mógłby to wysłać na TikToku, wygląda to podobnie, są podobne statystyki, wyglądają troszeczkę inaczej. Możemy także w zasięgu zobaczyć, gdzie był wyszukiwany nasz film, jakie zwroty były używane, żeby nasz film wyszukać i jakie filmy inne prowadziły do statystyki, takie raczej tutaj dla twórcy, ale myślę, że w większości odbiorcy, czyli ta zakładka może nas interesować jeszcze przed rozpoczęciem współpracy, do zorientowania się przedwstępnie właśnie, czy jednak chcemy brać udział w promocji razem z tym twórcą, czy może jednak nie. Ok, wrócimy sobie teraz do naszej prezentacji. Ok, i teraz też ważna bardzo sprawa, kogo wybieramy. I podaję tutaj 2 przykłady osób. Są to twórcy, influencerzy, którzy nagrywają Robloxa, czyli ich kanał opiera się w większości na Robloxie lub w większym procencie, a także osoby poza Robloxa. Jeżeli nasze doświadczenie jest kierowane na dłuższy okres czasu, jest to doświadczenie, które będziemy chcieli rozwijać, będziemy chcieli ulepszać, będziemy chcieli, żeby one trwało rok, 2, 3, żeby to było nasze doświadczenie, które jest trwałe, dużo lepszym pomysłem i bardziej dla nas większym zyskiem będzie wybranie influencera ze świata Robloxa, ponieważ są to osoby, które tak jakby mają widownię związaną bardzo z Robloxem, czyli widownia gra w tego Robloxa na co dzień, interesuje się, co tam się dzieje i także uczestniczy w tym całym społeczeństwie Robloxa. Więc takie nasze doświadczenie, myślę, że może dostać naprawdę dużo nowych osób, które będą w takim doświadczeniu też uczestniczyć i grać, tak? Jeżeli są to osoby poza Roblox, czyli które na przykład nagrywają inne gry albo na przykład zajmują się jakimś innym contentem poza gamingowym, nie jest to widownia typu Robloxowa, czyli mogą nie grać nawet w Robloxa, mogą się nie interesować, więc dla naszego doświadczenia, które będzie prowadzone przez dłuższy czas, może to nie przynieść jakichś dużych korzyści, ale tutaj powiem o właśnie też innej rzeczy, ponieważ może być sytuacja, że robimy doświadczenie, które jest, jakby powiedzieć, eventem, czyli jest na przykład na krótszy okres czasu, jest pokazaniem jakiegoś eventu, jakiejś promocji, jakiegoś eventu, gdzie na przykład interesuje nas tak naprawdę tylko może miesiąc prowadzenia naszego doświadczenia, więc wtedy osoby spoza Robloxa tak, żeby miały duży wpływ, jeżeli dobrze by wtedy dogadać się o taką współpracę, ponieważ chodzi nam o właśnie krótki okres zainteresowania naszym doświadczeniem. Wtedy możemy właśnie także osoby spoza Robloxa wykorzystać do naszej promocji, która dobrze to jak to zrobi, dobrze się dogadacie, zaoferujecie może dobrą promocję, wykorzystacie możliwe na przykład, żeby osoba prowadziła live streama na Twitchu, także zaraz będziemy o tym mówić, wtedy duża część osób na ten event na przykład się wybierze, tak, i zaloguje się wtedy do Robloxa, stworzy sobie konto, także wtedy Roblox właśnie uzyska coś, a wtedy na waszym doświadczeniu ta osoba pozna Robloxa. Ok, przejdźmy sobie teraz dalej do kolejnego. Teraz mamy efekty. Mamy tutaj także efekty, jak to wygląda w porównaniu do tego, jeżeli weźmiemy sobie promocję u jakiegoś influencera i mamy tutaj podział na odcinek na YouTubie, shorts na YouTubie, TikTok i stream. I możemy podzielić to na tymczasowych graczy i stałych graczy. I tak jak wcześniej mówiłem, jeżeli zależy nam na wypromowaniu eventu, czyli nie potrzebujemy stałych graczy, potrzebujemy, żeby była duża liczba w jednym momencie, żeby nasze wydarzenie, event, które organizujemy, miało dużą liczbę osób, które wejdą na ten czas, taki nawet krótki, godziny, 2-3 nieraz godziny, jeżeli są eventy, wtedy stream na Twitchu, na YouTubie, nawet na TikToku jest dla nas najbardziej efektywny w osoby tymczasowe. Czyli osoby, które wbiją na nasze doświadczenie razem z nami w czasie prowadzenia na przykład naszego streama. Jeżeli influencer wtedy prowadzi streama, duża część osób w takim streamie, oglądając takiego streama, będzie chciała zagrać razem z tym twórcą, przez to się utworzy z tego naprawdę duża liczba osób na takim doświadczeniu. Każdy będzie chciał to przeżyć razem z twórcą na streamie, każdy będzie chciał go znaleźć, każdy będzie go szukał, będzie naprawdę będzie wtedy, jak to mówię, szał na takim streamie na żywo, ponieważ ich ulubiony streamer, którego oglądają, gra w wasze doświadczenie, tak? To oni też chcą. I tutaj powiedzieć, że są tymczasowi, ale jest bardzo mała liczba stałych graczy. Dlaczego? Ponieważ jeżeli są to właśnie streamy, często na Twitchu są prowadzone streamy kilkugodzinne, zależy właśnie, czy wykupimy sobie na przykład takiego twórcy, dogadamy się na promocję że cały stream poświęci na nasze doświadczenie, czy na przykład będzie to tylko przez cały jego stream segment godzinny. Wtedy, jeżeli na takim doświadczeniu pojawi się nasz streamer, będzie dużo graczy, ale jeżeli wyjdzie, to w większości wyjdzie na inną grę, na coś innego, także dużo osób opuści doświadczenie i bardzo mało stałych osób zostanie. Więc no mniej więcej taki podział, że no bardzo mała liczba osób zostanie, duża będzie tymczasowa. TikToki i shortsy dają dużo tymczasowych, jakby to powiedzieć, ale także dają stałych. Tymczasowych dają też dlatego, że często shortsy są krótsze niż 1 minuta, więc osoba, która oglądnie sobie takiego shortsa TikToka, która jest zainteresowana właśnie tym, że twórca coś pokazał, przedstawił wasze doświadczenie, wtedy na przykład zobaczy, że ja też to muszę sprawdzić. Jeżeli to było przedstawione w minutę, sprawdzenie tego przez jakąkolwiek osobę, często jest to 5, 10, 15 minut, jeżeli było też pocięte przez twórcę, dlatego też wejdą, sprawdzą, zobaczą i wyjdą, ale też jest część osób, która bardzo możliwe, że zostanie, zainteresuje się tym doświadczeniem, no i sami sprawdzą sobie w lepszym stopniu właśnie i no, będzie także jakaś liczba większa tych stałych niż tylko stream, gdzie no wiadomo po segmencie sponsorowanym to sobie wyjdą. Najwięcej dają odcinki. Nawet jeden odcinek myślę, że da więcej niż niektóre shortsy i TikToki. Wiadomo, też trzeba patrzeć na to, że shortsy i TikToki potrafią naprawdę w ogromne liczby skoczyć, ale też te liczby nie zawsze przekładają się na prawdziwe nawet nieraz osoby lub osoby zainteresowane Robloxem, bo może to wyświetlić się naprawdę każdej losowej osobie. Więc możemy teraz spojrzeć, że odcinki są najbardziej, jakby to można powiedzieć, efektywne w stałe osoby w naszym doświadczeniu, czyli jeżeli chcemy prowadzić długo nasze doświadczenie, odcinek u takiego influencera da najwięcej i możemy to w ten sposób wykorzystać, że im najmniej tymczasowych, więc możemy to wykorzystać właśnie w taki sposób, że prosimy o nawet kilka odcinków. Dlatego też osoby, które oglądają taki odcinek u twórcy, często są zainteresowani, żeby być lepszym od twórcy, albo go dogonić, albo spróbować go tej grze znaleźć, albo pochwalić się wtedy na kanale, że zagrałem i przez 10 minut zrobiłem więcej niż ty, napisząc w komentarzu coś takiego u twórcy. No i jest taka większa interakcja, ponieważ naprawdę powyżej 8 minut ktoś poświęci na zobaczenie materiału, a później sam musi poświęcić także dużo czasu na to, żeby w pewnym sensie też to zagrać, może dogonić, także w większym stopniu może się zainteresuje, albo nawet wyda wtedy Robuxy, żeby dogonić lub pochwalić się, że osiągnął coś w tym doświadczeniu więcej, tak? Więc także myślę, jeżeli chcecie wybierać sobie możliwość promocji, odcinek będzie najbardziej efektywnym źródłem tutaj. Takim stałych graczy, a myślę, że przy dużych doświadczeniach chyba najbardziej nam na tym zależy. Ok, przejdźmy sobie teraz do quizu drugiego. Macie teraz, już się pojawił na ekranie kod QR do zeskanowania. Chwilka na zeskanowanie kodziku. Tutaj jak widzę pytanie, to także powinniście znać odpowiedź. Było w całej prezentacji. Ok, jeszcze chwilę, jeżeli tutaj każdy, żeby sobie zeskanował z wolniejszym, szybszym internetem i mógł odpowiedzieć sobie na pytanie. Dobra, myślę, że już tutaj już ponad minutka minęła, więc jeszcze ostatnie osoby tam mogą odpowiedzieć pewnie. Cały czas kod zeskanowany jest na ekranie, więc można zeskanować. A my zaraz przechodzimy jeszcze do kolejnego slajdu. Dobrze, przechodzimy do kolejnego slajdu. Jest tu bardziej także informacja o mnie i także przedstawienie całego tematu, który jest naprawdę obszerny, który można było opowiadać naprawdę długo, jak to wygląda względem osoby, które chcą wykupić reklamę, jak to wygląda od twórcy, więc przedstawiłem Wam naprawdę w skrócony sposób współpracę z twórcą, czyli od tego, co możemy zaoferować, przechodzimy później następnie, gdzie chcemy się pokazać, a następnie także przechodzą do tego, że wybieramy twórcę, którego chcemy, żeby nam nasze doświadczenie promował, a kończąc na tym, czyli zbieraniu statystyk i analizowaniu, czy nam to się opłacało, czy nie i czy chcemy na przykład dalej podejmować współpracę z danym twórcą, bo możliwe na przykład, że współpraca okaże się klapą, okaże się nieudana, więc nie będziemy chcieli raczej wtedy już więcej wykorzystać tego twórcy do promocji naszego doświadczenia i poszukamy wtedy sobie innego, który może da nam większe korzyści. Wiadomo, patrzymy na siebie. Więc jest to temat pierwszy, czyli współpraca z twórcą. Także duży, obszerny temat, czyli własna twórczość w social mediach, bo ponieważ nie musimy zawsze prosić się o twórcę, jakby powiedzieć, jakiegoś influencera, nie musimy się prosić o to, żeby nam zareklamował, ponieważ sami możemy podjąć kroki do tego, żeby wykorzystać albo wykonać jakieś materiały promocyjne na własną rękę i wstawić je na nasze własne social media, tak? Więc to jest kolejny temat mega obszerny, którym chciałbym na platformie Gradual opowiedzieć o tym, więc jeżeli kiedyś jeszcze mnie spotkacie i będziecie wiedzieli, to także będziecie wiedzieli, że o tych tematach będę odpowiadał, no i także sam zakup reklamy na Robloxie, w jaki sposób to wykonać, jakie są aktualnie najbardziej opłacalne sposoby reklamy i co najbardziej przyciąga uwagę, czyli tak zwane clickbaity, które może odbierane są aktualnie w złym świetle, ale jednak tak działa marketing, że musimy jakoś przyciągnąć uwagę odbiorcy, bo na tym nam zależy. Zależy nam na graczu, na odbiorcy, więc musi być jakiś clickbait, żeby przyciągnąć wzrok, a później także kliknięcie i na końcu wejście. Ok, przechodzimy teraz do pytań. Ja dziękuję za czas prezentacji, także macie tu wstępnie o mnie i czas na pytania od Was.
Dzięki wielkie, Mandy, za taką super prezentację i mam do Ciebie dość dużo pytań, więc mam nadzieję, że jesteś gotowy.
Dobrze, jestem gotowy.
Dobra, zaczynamy. Ktoś się zapytał, jak mamy znaleźć promotorów dla naszych gier?
Jak mamy znaleźć? Mamy wszystkie dostępne platformy, czyli YouTube, TikTok i Twitch, na których cały czas możemy sprawdzać, szukać tych twórców, wpisując wyrażenia Roblox, szukając nawet podobnych doświadczeń innych do naszego, możemy taką nazwę doświadczenia wpisać na przykład w wyszukiwarce YouTube'a i zobaczyć na przykład, że ta osoba bardzo dużo nagrywa doświadczenie, które jest bardzo podobne do naszego. Dzięki temu możemy zobaczyć, że w sumie jego widownia także może zainteresować się naszym doświadczeniem. Na takiej zasadzie po prostu szukamy właśnie także influencerów, którzy będą pasowali pod nasze doświadczenie.
Tutaj jest następne pytanie. Jak się w takim razie zgłaszamy do takich promotorów? Jak ich namówić do zagrania w naszą grę i zaprezentowania jej?
Najczęstszym przykładem jest to w większości mail. Jeżeli napiszecie bardzo dobrze skonstruowanego maila, dodacie odpowiednią stopkę, napiszecie to z konkretnego maila i musicie na pewno się postarać w aktualnych czasach, musicie się postarać o bardzo wyraźnego, dokładnego maila, ponieważ można powiedzieć, że tak, influencerzy w dzisiejszych czasach dostają ogromną ilość maili skamerskich. No, sam dostaję dziennie około 5-6 maili z propozycją promocji jakiegokolwiek produktu, nie będę teraz mówił, bo jest ich pełno, które są po prostu wyłudzeniem danych, próbą oszustwa lub nawet próbą po prostu, żeby influencer pobrał coś, przez co może dojść do pobrania złośliwego oprogramowania na komputer. Więc czym bardziej się postaracie w napisaniu maila, żeby bardziej oficjalny, dokładny, tym bardziej zdobywacie zaufanie twórcy, wtedy może się zainteresować. Także wtedy możecie przejść z komunikatorem już od maila, także do luźniejszych rozmów na komunikatorach, na innych komunikatorach, Messenger, na przykład na Facebooku lub Discord lub Gilded, lub możecie po prostu już wtedy dogadać się, w jakiej platformie chcecie mieć szybszą komunikację.
Tutaj już odpowiedziałeś, bo mam tutaj takie bardzo długie pytanie, od kogoś odpowiedziałeś na część, ale jakbyś mógł bardziej rozwinąć, bo co najlepiej napisać w takim mailu, bo tutaj osoba napisała, jak napiszę proszę zagraj w moją grę, no to raczej nic z tego nie wyjdzie i się zapytała, jak ty podchodzisz do takich sytuacji, że dostajesz takiego maila, jak na to reagujesz, na co zwracasz uwagę? W jaki sposób ciebie zainteresować?
Tak. Znaczy to najważniejsze co jest, no to mail musi być, no może to powiem dziwne, bo nieraz niektórzy powiedzą, tak jak tu mówią, że to chodzi o jakieś doświadczenie w grze, gdzie wiadomo, jeżeli zrobi to młodsza osoba, to w większości takiego twórcy napisze hej, zagraj, zrobiłem grę, poświęciłem na to 10 dni, ale no wiadomo, tutaj chodzi o większych twórców, większe studia, gdzie no musimy się postarać, bo już robimy to oficjalnie, robimy to dobrze, więc postarajmy się napisać oficjalnego, ładnego, przygotowanego maila, żeby nie wyglądał tragicznie, bo wtedy naprawdę to przez ilość maili, które ja dostaję z promocjami, które są właśnie oszustwami, także mogę po prostu spojrzeć, wygląda podejrzanie, no to do kosza. Dlatego mail musi już być napisany w naprawdę ładny, czytelny sposób. Co jest najlepiej mieć zawarte w mailu, czyli ogólnie kim jestem, co mam co chcę pokazać od siebie, czyli jakie mam doświadczenie, co zrobiłem, następnie kilka plusów, dlaczego nasze doświadczenie, dlaczego powinieneś wybrać nasze doświadczenie, czyli co mamy lepiej zrobione, coś typu list motywacyjny do pracy, czyli zmotywować. Także później przedstawienie małych propozycji, ale wstępnie nie oferujmy jeszcze niczego dużego, wstępnie jakichś propozycji, że możemy dodać coś do naszego doświadczenia, że możemy się umówić przy jakiejś stałej promocji na coś więcej. Nie podajemy zawsze tutaj już dokładnych jeszcze konkretów, co możemy zaoferować, bo możemy zawsze się dogadać w trakcie, bo także musimy się dowiedzieć, co może nam influencer zaoferować z jego strony.
A czy rekomendujesz jakąś jedną platformę na networking z twórcami i sponsorami, która jest według ciebie najlepsza?
Znaczy tak, powiem tak. TikTok, to tak jak mówiłem, jest to platforma, która jest do tego typu rzecz najłatwiejsza, ponieważ nie trzeba posiadać w większości, no wiadomo, można później mieć, ale w większości nie trzeba posiadać, jakby powiedzieć, już swojego zbudowanego środowiska, jak influencer, nie musisz mieć zbudowanego środowiska widzów, ponieważ ta sama tematyka już jest na TikToku promowana, więc jeżeli wykupimy promocję u influencera, który zajmuje się TikTokiem, jest duża możliwość, że nawet u małego, że to naprawdę wysoko poleci, jeżeli to będzie jakimś trendem, wiralem, gdziekolwiek, więc tak jak mówię, TikTok jest takim najłatwiejszym, ale także może być wadliwy w niektórych przypadkach, ale jest ogólnie najłatwiejszy. YouTube i Shortsy, tutaj jeżeli działamy z influencerem, który właśnie się tą działką w większości zajmuje, to odcinki, jak mówiłem, w większości właśnie wtedy polecane jest dla stałych graczy, jeżeli chcemy mieć stałych graczy na naszym doświadczeniu, mniej tymczasowych, i Shortsy to wiadomo, tak samo podobnie tu jest do TikToka, tylko Shortsy lekko żyją swoimi prawami, że Shorts na początku musi dostać, jakby to powiedzieć, boosta od swoich własnych widzów twórcy, następnie YouTube go promuje. Kiedy nie ma boosta od swoich widzów, YouTube nie za bardzo chce go promować, dlatego też twórca musi posiadać już jakiś początek, więc jeżeli my jako twórcy doświadczenia, wybieramy sobie jakiegoś twórcę YouTube'owego, musimy spojrzeć, że musi mieć już jakieś zaplecze. TikTokowy twórca, jak możecie zobaczyć sobie nieraz, twórcy z 400, 500, 600 obserwacji potrafią robić milionowe wyświetlenia. Na to też musimy spojrzeć. A Twitch i inne platformy streamingowe to jest duża ilość tymczasowych graczy, gdzie no po prostu oni są na czas jakby grania tego twórcy, bardzo mało osób zostaje wtedy na stałe w doświadczeniu, ale jest dużo w jednym momencie, więc możemy sobie zrobić bardzo dużą liczbę osób w jednym momencie, jeżeli na takim właśnie streamie takiego twórcy jest dużo osób.
A co byś powiedział, że co należy omijać, czego nie robić, kiedy promujemy, reklamujemy naszą grę?
Okej, na pewno trzeba omijać jakby to kontrowersyjne tematy twórców, którzy nie... Tak, to powiem tak od początku, czyli omijamy na pewno twórców, którzy nie pasują do naszego doświadczenia. Czyli jeżeli na przykład twórca jest troszeczkę bardziej kontrowersyjny, może przeklina, nieraz też tak, że zdarzy się, wykorzystuje przekleństwa lub no, zupełnie nie pasuje dla nas, no także staramy się wybierać twórców, którzy bardziej będą do nas pasować. Można powiedzieć tak, że jeżeli widzimy jakby doświadczenia, które są grą roleplay, no to myślę, że powinniśmy na początku kierować się także, tutaj może nawet podam przykłady, jeżeli tworzymy nowe doświadczenie roleplayowe, czyli typu gra Brookhaven, Lifetopia, także orientujemy się po twórcach, którzy także krążą w większości w tym temacie, bo mamy tam widownie najbardziej zainteresowane tematem typu roleplay. Jeżeli nasze doświadczenie jest symulatorem, możemy obserwować wtedy twórców, którzy także nagrywają symulatory, prezentują symulatory. Wtedy także ilość widowni, która przejdzie na nasze doświadczenie, może wtedy zwiększyć. Wiadomo, wtedy także dogadujemy z twórcą warunki, ale no, omijamy na pewno, myślę, niedopasowanych twórców do naszego doświadczenia.
Rozumiem. Jak widzisz, że patrzę na lewo albo na prawo, dlatego, bo cały czas przychodzą do Ciebie pytania i się staram je dla Ciebie szybko przetłumaczyć. Więc
spokojnie.
proszę, powiedz mi, ile Robuxów, ktoś się zapytał, ile Robuxów powinienem wydać na sponsorów i reklamy, aby mieć graczy?
Jest to, można powiedzieć, temat, którego nie chciałem poruszać, ponieważ jest bardzo indywidualny. Jest jakby to, wchodzi to już w typowy marketing i zarządzanie biznesem, tak? Czyli rzeczy, które może wykraczają poza moją trochę wiedzę, ponieważ to już jest naprawdę kwestia indywidualna. Tak jak mówiłem, musimy sobie jakby na początku wszystkiego, całego nawet biznesplanu, czegokolwiek, co robimy w życiu, jest to jakiś nasz projekt, musimy mieć swój budżet. I no, możemy się spodziewać tego, że jeżeli zaoferujemy coś twórcy, może nam odmówić. Może być taka sytuacja, że zaoferujemy coś twórcy, a twórca będzie tak mega szczęśliwy, bo na przykład dla nas ta oferta będzie mało znacząca, nie będzie to dla nas żaden, jakby powiedzieć, żaden problem dać więcej, a twórca będzie szczęśliwy, bo nigdy nie dostał tak dużej kwoty za promocję czegoś, więc nie można powiedzieć, że jest jakaś ilość, którą musimy dać. Tą ilość, także myślę, że musimy zebrać małym doświadczeniem, zaczynając współpracę. No, jest to naprawdę ciężki temat, ponieważ naprawdę możemy zaoferować naprawdę małe ilości i twórcy mogą się zgodzić, a możemy zaoferować naprawdę duże ilości, a twórca powie, nie, to mi nie pasuje. Więc jest to naprawdę indywidualna metoda. Myślę, że tu już moglibyśmy lekko wchodzić w psychologię ludzką. No, nie chcę wchodzić w ten temat, ale no tak, że myślę, że rozmowa wtedy właśnie dlatego też mówię, że najłatwiejszym sposobem z maila, jeżeli taki twórca się zainteresuje, przejść na jakikolwiek komunikator na żywo, czyli Discord, żeby mieć tę komunikację na żywo, co pozwoli nam poznać drugą osobę i wiedzieć, zorientować się, co tak naprawdę będzie od nas oczekiwała, bo naprawdę dla niektórych twórców myślę, że sama wzmianka w grze, czyli dodanie zwierzaka, specjalnego kodu, pomnika, jakiegoś takiego naprawdę małej rzeczy spowoduje, że taki twórca będzie już zainteresowany nagraniem materiału z naszego doświadczenia. Więc to jest naprawdę indywidualna sprawa.
Mam jeszcze tutaj pytania o wideo promocyjne. Co powinniśmy pokazać w wideo promocyjnym, a czego nie powinniśmy? Ktoś się zapytał.
Tak, jeżeli promujemy na pewno nasze doświadczenie na TikToku i na Shortsie, się na początku odniosę, myślę, że tu jest poniżej minuty, to myślę, że tutaj powinniśmy bardziej się kierować, że pokazaniem tego, co najbardziej ciekawe, najlepsze, najbardziej fascynujące w naszym doświadczeniu, czyli często najlepsze nasze jakieś budowle, jakieś fajne strefy lub jakieś nasze rzeczy, które są nieosiągalne, póki jeszcze na przykład nie graliśmy w grę dłużej na przykład niż kilka godzin, żeby taka osoba, która oglądnie na przykład sobie takiego shortsa, TikToka, no była na tyle ciekawa, że chciałaby wejść i sama to zobaczyć na żywo, a nie tylko na przykład na tym właśnie shortsie lub TikToku. No musimy jakoś właśnie zachęcić, tak? Czyli no tutaj mamy to. Jeżeli chcielibyśmy na YouTubie, no to tutaj na pewno musimy, na przykład możemy pokazać różnie. Jeżeli dogadujemy się na jeden odcinek promocyjny z twórcą, no to możemy to pokazać w formie na przykład jakiegoś materiału 10-12 minutowego, który jest no, w dużej ilości pocięty i pokazany bardzo przyspieszonym w trybie cały progres, na przykład do połowy doświadczenia, tak? Albo jakiś tam procent doświadczenia ukończenia, albo możemy na przykład umówić się na kilka odcinków promocyjnych, przez to na przykład możemy się wtedy na przykład umówić, że każdy odcinek jest to powoli progres twórcy w naszym doświadczeniu. Czyli na przykład zaczynamy, że twórca sobie wchodzi na doświadczenie, poznaje jak wygląda doświadczenie, uczy się tego doświadczenia na odcinku i staje się coraz lepszy i kolejny odcinek jest już pokazany, jak już bardziej zna doświadczenie, się już tam rozwija i także na przykład rywalizuje z swoimi widzami, przez to nasze doświadczenie jest na przykład cały czas oglądane, każdy tak chce się rozwijać razem z twórcą, no i także jeżeli twórca na przykład nieraz może pokazać, że kupuje coś za Robuxy na naszym doświadczeniu, często raczej twórca by prosił na przykład o Robuxy na taki Game Pass, żeby go pokazać, że go kupuje na doświadczeniu, także może zainteresować to na przykład właśnie jego widzów, żeby oni też to kupili, bo na przykład jest to najbardziej opłacalny Game Pass w naszym doświadczeniu. No i w ten sposób możemy właśnie pokazywać nasze doświadczenie, tak? No i jeszcze mamy streamy. Myślę, że chyba najlepszym sposobem na streamy, no to jeżeli nasze doświadczenie jest typowym wydarzeniem, eventem, no to po prostu przyjście na ten event bezpośrednio na streamie i przesiedzenie, oglądnięcie go, zaproszenie, żeby wspólnie spędzić czas na tym evencie razem z widzami. Mogę tutaj posłużyć się przykładem z mojego streamingu, czyli jak ja streamowałem, dokładnie wydarzeniem w Jailbreaku, gdzie było wydarzenie, które wyszliwało rakietę, duże wydarzenie reklamowane przez 2-3 tygodnie. To nie była płatna promocja, była to też bardziej promocja sama, bez kontaktu z twórcami tego doświadczenia, ale samo zaprezentowanie na transmisji na żywo eventu w Jailbreaku zgromadziło na mojej transmisji aż 7,5 tysiąca osób, więc no, to naprawdę bardzo duża liczba, to było 4-5 lat temu, więc na tamte lata w Polsce była to naprawdę duża liczba, więc na streamach, jeżeli są to wydarzenia tak, że jeżeli twórca wcześniej zaciekawi swoją widownię takim wydarzeniem, przeniesie to dużą liczbę osób w jednym momencie na naszym doświadczeniu. Więc no, pozwoli to nam naprawdę na taki ogromny skok liczby osób grających nasze doświadczenie. Ale no wiadomo, wtedy po takim na przykład godzinnym panelu promocyjnym wyjdzie i duża część osób wyjdzie także razem z twórcą.
Okej, Mandy. Wybrałam dla Ciebie już ostatnie pytanie. Jakbyś mógł podsumować, w jaki sposób mam pewność, że moja promocja jest odpowiednia, oprócz tego, że widzę, że są na przykład wysokie wyniki w oglądalności i tym podobne, w jaki sposób rozpoznaję, że dobrze robię po prostu. Co jeszcze innego mogę zobaczyć?
Znaczy, no to tak jak pokazywałem na żywym przykładzie na kanale takiego twórcy, który także tam są statystyki osób, no to także, jeżeli dobrze wiecie, jeżeli jesteście twórcami, macie swoje doświadczenia w Robloxie, także widzicie statystyki swojego doświadczenia, więc możecie także sprawdzić, jak wasze doświadczenie zmieniło się od czasu pojawienia się filmiku na kanale twórcy. Więc jeżeli widzicie, że na kanale twórcy pokazał się filmik, wtedy możecie sprawdzić w tym samym czasie, jak wygląda wasze doświadczenie, jaki był wzrost osób, jakie było zainteresowanie w środku, ile te osoby brały udział w tym waszym doświadczeniu, ile grały, jeżeli taka promocja nastąpiła u twórcy. Więc myślę, że jeżeli połączycie kilka tych statystyk w jedno, możecie sobie stworzyć z tego gotowy obraz, jak wyglądała współpraca z twórcą. Także mówię, możecie prosić od twórców o statystyki, jest to normalna praktyka. Często właśnie, jeżeli będziecie działali na umowach, to w umowach, także jak ja podpisywałem, to mogę zdradzić, na to nie NDA, mogę zdradzić, że jest także informacja o tym, że muszę przedstawić do 30 dni, albo 15, to zależy od umowy, zależy od firmy, z którą współpracowałem, muszę przedstawić statystyki filmu po tygodniu. Czyli muszę po tygodniu zrobić screena i dostarczyć je na przykład w ciągu 15 dni do agencji, z którą współpracowałem. Tak samo wy możecie wtedy zawrzeć coś takiego w umowie. Zależy, jak to będziecie, tutaj już w kwestiach prawnych nie wchodzę, więc zależy, jak wy do tego podejdziecie. Także możecie wymagać od twórcy tych statystyk. Razem wtedy je składacie z waszymi statystykami z Roblox Studio, tam z informacji z Robloxie i możecie sprawdzić, czy taka promocja była udana, czy nie była udana, czy na przykład opłaca się wam współpracować z takim twórcą dalej, czy może jednak to było coś nieudanego, czas o tym zapomnieć i iść dalej i może poszukać kogoś innego.
Okej. Mandy, dziękuję ci za pytania. Było ich dużo. Kończymy na dziś. Czy masz jakieś zdanie podsumowujące?
Znaczy, powiem tyle, że jeżeli chcecie współpracować z twórcami, na pewno bądźcie otwarci i przyjaźni. No i pamiętajcie, twórcy nie gryzą, więc wystarczy naprawdę nieraz zwykła rozmowa i naprawdę jedyne co, to oficjalny mail na początku, to jest, myślę, że w większości często z twórcami to jest jedyna oficjalna rzecz, którą później będziecie mieli, bo później naprawdę luźno można z każdym porozmawiać i dogadać się w kwestii wszystkiego, więc nie bać się. Na początku, wiadomo, trzeba się zaprezentować jak najlepiej, a później dyskutować o cenie, o korzyściach, o możliwościach.
Dzięki wielkie. My już zakończamy nasz warsztat, a was wszystkich zapraszamy, uczestników Inspire, na warsztat, który się odbędzie za około godzinę pod tytułem "Czego żałujemy, że nie wiedzieliśmy, tworząc Rift Hunters dla Robloxa" przez Brave Turtles. Dzięki wielkie, dzięki Mandy, do zobaczenia.
Dziękuję także bardzo, do zobaczenia.
Hey there! In this video, we're going to talk about how to get started Let's try this. Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? What about now? Let's see. So many technical difficulties, my goodness. Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? Hopefully this works. Can you hear me now? My. What about now? Let's see. So many technical difficulties, my goodness. We here now? You can hear me? Hopefully this works. We're alive. Now it's echoing. My. What about this? There we go. Yeah? We here now? You can hear me? We're alive. Now it's echoing. What about this? Ah! Wow. You're beginning to understand why we were running so late in the first place. Y'all are good sports. Excellent. Perfect. Okay. Should we start over? Should we start the stream over again? Wait 5 more minutes? All right. So, as I was saying, that you couldn't actually hear me for what I was saying, this is going to be mostly all of your Q&A, where we're just going to be answering all of the questions that you have about Blender and getting started and doing live model requests. So if you're on YouTube, there should be a pinned link at the top of the chat up there that shows you how to get to the chat that's over here. And that's on events.roblox.com. And there's a mod over there that's going to open up a Q&A section right now. Mod, please. Of submitting your requests of what you want to have talked about, of what you want to have answered, and it'll be great. So I'm going to introduce the guest here, who, if you've seen a past stream, you know of him already. And he's going to kind of get the ball rolling of some general high-level things. And then after you all have voted on the Q&A of the answers that you want, we're going to go through and do them. And it's going to be great. Okay, so without further ado, please welcome everybody, Schliempf. Hey, Schliempf. Welcome back. Oh, man. After all the technical difficulties. Oh, and I'm behind the chair. The technical... Hey, you know, at least your mouth is working, right? At least your mouth is working. Perfect. Let's see if I can get him up, come out from behind the chair here. Let's see. Let's see. Anyway, so while I'm figuring out how to get behind the chair, why don't you start talking about the ins and outs of Blender, just the high-level beginning stuff, as we start getting requests in. I see you've started a toilet already, which is very fun. Uh-oh. Adam, guess what? They can't hear you. Hold on. Hold. Say something now.
New challenges every day.
Now? Yes?
Mm-hmm.
I think so. Waiting for confirmation. Okay. Excellent. I think you're good to go.
Okay. All right, well, I'll pick up where I was. Yeah, just hello, audience, if you're just now here.
Hello, audience. I'm going to recalibrate this virtual body here. Don't mind me. Please, Schliempf, take it away. So, actually, yeah. So, just high-level Blender. Get started. Started with the toilet. Go.
High-level idea. We're just going to look at this toilet here to get us started in Blender. And basically, the first things you're going to want to know how to do is how to move things around. So, most of that is done with your mouse. The middle mouse wheel, if you scroll it up and down, that zooms you in and out. If you press down on the middle mouse wheel, it kind of rotates around things. And if you hold shift in middle mouse wheel, grabs the scene and pans it around. So that's basically your kind of 3 primary ways to move around in the viewport and see the different sides of your mesh. That's zoom wheel in and out, hold down the middle mouse to orbit or rotate around objects, and hold shift and middle mouse to pan. But there's one other thing that I do like to use quite often, and that's if you have something selected and you press the period on the number pad, it'll kind of focus your camera in on whatever you have selected. Let's say we were doing some stuff over here and messing around, and I go over and I select toilet and I press the period on the number pad.
Number pad, yes.
Puts me right over to look at it. It's very convenient.
Perfect. So, Schlimp, when you say number pad, for Blender specifically, it's not the same if the number's up on the top, right? It needs to be specifically the number pad off to the side.
That's exactly right. And it just as a recommendation, it's strongly recommended not to change any of the hotkeys in Blender. Just keep them as they are by default. Because if you start changing around too much of them, a lot of the plugins stop working because they rely on the functionality of that. I would definitely recommend people keep it as default if you can.
Perfect.
A couple other like simple things that I think would help anyone get started is just the concept of like selecting an object is done with left clicking, and then you can go from object mode, which lets you select different things, and then you can press tab to go into edit mode, which lets you kind of select the polygons and do things to them. Those are the kind of major principles there.
All right, Schlimpf, due to the unfortunate reality of being virtual avatars on the internet, we have already shaved off 13 minutes of our precious time together.
Hustle.
So we're gonna start with the Q&A questions. The first question that we have right now is more of it's not a demonstration, but it's a technical question. And the technical question is, does importing a ROBLOX union into Blender and then exporting really optimize the union? Or how would you kind of deal with that importing union to Blender flow?
That's a pretty good question. It's not something I've done very often, but my understanding is that if you were to export a union part out of Studio, it would give you a .obj file, which is basically a type of a 3D file, basically.
Okay.
And it's going to give it to you entirely in triangles. It's going to be horribly triangulated and probably just a very procedural way. I don't know if it optimizes it for you or not. I think that you would have to do that by hand.
Okay, got it.
And do that by stitching together vertices and retopologizing that mesh to the way that you would like it to be. Then when you bring it back out of Blender and back into Studio, you wouldn't be working with a union any longer. You would have a mesh part at that point.
Okay, so actually, it's funny you mentioned topology because we have a next question that also, since we're showing off the tech, chat, you want to see something cool? Look at this. It's a question mark. The question. The question is topology really that important, Schlimpf? You know, a lot of Blender artists are complaining, maybe not complaining, but there's a lot of emphasis on get your topology right, make your poly count this, poly count that, optimize what you're making. How much really does it matter with what you're trying to actually make?
It matters in two ways. Yeah, the two most important things that you're going to want to keep in mind about topology of your mesh is that you have a nice even distribution of triangles and polygons. For example, the underside of our toilet lid is pretty nicely segmented, but this is not very optimized. Like something to keep in mind would be to avoid really long, skinny triangles like these, because they triangulate very poorly inside Studio, and you can get some really kind of ugly artifacts. You might see things like this, where you get like pinches and really long tries like that. So having more even distribution of meshes like this usually tends to look a lot better.
Got it.
So that's one thing. The other thing about topology is that you're going to be able to basically control how many polygons you are using on a mesh. And of course, there's a limit of 10,000.
So, question for you. So let's start. So we have a toilet here, right? A lot of these are technical questions. Let's start actually modeling something else while we wait for a request to come in. And then we can try to showcase the things that we're talking about. So the poly count, for those of you who aren't familiar with Blender, Polycount just means how dense a mesh is, an object is, and how complex it is typically. So these are like optimization questions for topology, which hasn't really been covered because this is like an intro to Blender. But the next question is, how do I make round corners on objects? So let's start with making something that has round corners, and then we can try to showcase some technical things while actually modeling itself.
Okay, sure. I'll make a cube really fast. By pressing Shift-A and highlighting Mesh and then choosing Cube. That's going to put a cube into the world. And right here you can see that appear in my collection. And here's some of its properties over on the other side here. But mostly what we want to focus on today is just, let's look at the cube and do some modeling. You see in the top left-hand corner here, I show some statistics, right? I just toggled that on in the Overlays panel here. I can turn it on and off. I recommend having this on so that you can see how many fit polygons, triangles, edges, and vertices. This is just a good way to keep an eye on how many polygons you're
Got it.
Get into 3D modeling. Something to keep in mind. Making a flat edge rounded, we're going to do that by selecting our cube with left click, pressing Tab to go into Edit mode, pressing 2 to go into Edge Select mode, and select any edge. We'll go ahead and just select these 3 edges right here and make them rounder using the bevel operation.
Ah, okay. So to make rounded corners, you use bevel.
Correct.
And how do you get to bevel real quick? Like TLDR, bevel, rounded corners.
There's 2 ways. You can right-click in the viewport and get this menu here and just look for bevel. Bevel edges right here. Of course, you see this grayed out text. It says Control-B. Press Escape to remove this menu. I can also just press Control-B and that activates bevel. Okay. Now, while bevel's active, I can just slide the mouse back and forth, and it'll give you a little bit of beveling or a lot of beveling. We're going to go kind of somewhere in between. We'll stop right there. And when I left-click again, it executes and leaves it.
Got it. So you select the edge that you want to bevel or make rounded, and then it becomes round. Exactly.
Now, by default, after you make that click to commit that you have chosen how much beveling you want to add, in the bottom left-hand corner, you're going to get this little context menu that you can fly open by clicking on the arrow. And this is going to give you some more sub-options. You can choose how many edges you want it to have. By default, it's going to be 1. It was showing like 6 a moment ago. That's because I was modeling earlier. Changed it to 6. But you can put this number as high as you want it and just get really, really, really smooth mesh. I wouldn't recommend it, though, because this gets just way too much geometry. And we want to keep this as low as possible, still letting it look round. Let's go about 3. So you see we're adding 1, 2, 3 faces into the bevel. And it naturally sort of like intersects this really nicely here as well.
Perfect. Okay. Can we get a rubber ducky in the toilet?
A rubber ducky in the toilet?
A rubber ducky in the toilet.
Let's go.
That's what they want.
All right. Okay, let's do it. Shift-A. Let's make another cube. I'm going to press G to grab and press Z to move it up. Excuse me. G, Z. Oh my gosh, what am I doing?
Hey, it's good to see I'm not the only one struggling with technology today. As an added question, could you talk out loud as you're making the rubber ducky, just in your mind how you would view topology as you're making it, or if you're not, like, I'm not worried about topology at this point for this reasons, so on and so forth, because that seems to have been a theme so far.
Okay, well, step 1 is I'm going to go over to my browser screen and I'm just going to look up rubber ducky. I'd recommend every modeler just use reference. That's the first thing you need to do, because that's going to help guide your vision. Unless you're just pulling everything straight out of your imagination, it's very helpful to have some reference. I have a rubber ducky on my other screen. And
so references
I'm just going to
are
look
good.
at it. Oh, absolutely.
Always. Okay. So you don't have to be like precious about it. Just use a reference.
Nope. Yeah, it's great for people if they don't need it. That's wonderful, but most artists do. And there's nothing wrong with using reference. In fact, I've been modeling for 16 years and I still use it every day.
Awesome.
So, the thing I keep in mind is I want to turn this cube basically into the shape of a rubber ducky, and I'm thinking big to small. Now, I know a rubber ducky has kind of a long bottom shape, so I'll go into edit mode, and I'll press 3 to go into face mode. And I'm just going to select this front face, and I'm going to press G, and then middle mouse while I drag forward, and you see that red line that appeared. It means I'm locked to the X-axis. That's also reflected here in the top right corner. You see how the red x-axis is shown? You can press all the different directions to lock it to different axes by pressing middle mouse and dragging in that direction. See, I can change that at any time. So I'm changing it to Z. And if I want to go to X, I can just hold middle mouse and drag in X, and it locks it to that one.
Got it.
That's one thing to keep in mind.
Okay.
So I'm going to make the long base first.
Okay. Hey, the next question actually is, how do you make something smooth? Which this will be a rubber ducky, so it seems that should be something that you would have to show off anyway.
You know what? I will. Let me make a couple more cuts here, and then I can show a very clear example of how.
Got it. Now, when you say cuts, what exactly do you mean by cuts?
Okay, so we started with a cube, right? And the cube has 6 polygons, or 6 faces, one on each side,
Sure.
6-sided cube.
Okay.
But it doesn't have any geometry inside. Where if we look at the toilet, it's got lots of different pieces of geometry cutting through it, and that's basically what I'm referring to as cuts, or new polygons inserted into the body of the mesh.
Got it.
We're going to add some more cuts or loops into this mesh.
And
do that by pressing.
Sorry, no, I'm just thinking because it's kind of complicated. But the more cuts you make, the more details you can have from it. It's like setting yourself up to be able to do more and make it more complex and add more information.
Exactly. So like I want to have the middle of the bottom of the duck body be kind of fat, and I want the tail to be skinnier,
Okay.
and I want the front chest to be a little skinnier too.
Okay.
So I can press Control R, and that makes this yellow line appear. That's the loop, cut, and slide tool. That's initiated by pressing Control R. Then I choose which axis I want to add to. You see how it kind of updates when I hover around on different parts of the model. So here we go. I want it on this axis, and when I left click, it commits to that axis, and now I can slide anywhere within it. I'm going to bias this a little bit closer to the front. We can have a longer aft tail and a shorter front, just like my reference. So now I add. Like I said a moment ago, my plan was to make the front a little smaller. I'm going to scale by pressing S, front end a little smaller on the y-axis.
Okay, I'm tracking.
And scale on the z-axis
to move it together.
And then I can grab with G and press Z to come up on the z-axis, and I can just let it go there. I'm going to do the same thing on the back side. Now again, I'm just orbiting around with my middle mouse still, clicking on that face, scale it to be small, E and Z, and there we have it. So that's what I'm going to treat as the sort of the bottom of the duck body.
Okay.
I want to give him a little head now. You can see that the mesh is now starting to look very kind of polygonal, and it's looking very boxy.
Yeah, not very smooth like we were wanting, like a duck.
Exactly, not very smooth. Now at any time we can just you can just left click on it. See, let me go ahead and delete to clean up my workspace.
What is this?
So that doesn't
what is this?
us.
What is this see-through vision? What is this sorcery? What are you doing?
This is Alt Z. Alt Z puts us in X-ray, so we can see through everything.
I see.
So we can see through what's inside the toilet. Geometry. You can toggle it on and off really quickly. Okay. So if I press Tab to go into object mode and I select the cube, or I'm going to rename this duck, I can then right-click on the model in the viewport and just click Shade Smooth. That will put a smoothing group on the entire mesh.
The whole thing got smooth.
Can
you do that again? That was super simple. It's like somebody's question got answered in like 2 seconds. Right-click, shade smooth. That's it.
Yep.
Done.
Now you see it has these shading artifacts on the edges where it gets really dark. We can make that look a little better later when we start adding a little bit more. I'm going to do another bevel to the bottom edge just to show you how that works.
Oh, wow.
Bevel that there
lessons
again.
Here. Bevels to
So
making it curved.
So that starts to look a little better like that. And the more geo we add, the better it's going to look.
Yeah.
We'll leave it like this. But actually, I find it easier to work in a shade flat mode, so we can go back and forth at any time.
Got it.
I find this a little easier to understand my geometry while I'm modeling. and then I can, and once I hit a certain point of resolution, then I kind of turn it over.
Got it.
Modeling with the smooth shading. All right, let's get ahead on this duck. What do you say?
I love that. Right now it looks just like a body. And we're
All
going to
right,
make
we're
it
gonna
cute,
go-
right? I'm assuming it's going to be cute.
Going to be the cutest duck.
All right, hey,
Oh my goodness.
bonus question for chat. As you have questions, see if you can put it in the context of a duck, so we can keep going with like the main thing, but then
Oh, yeah.
also get questions that you might have still. Because if you don't care about a duck, think of maybe there's a question that could fit into a duck.
Mhm.
And more technical questions too. Keep them coming.
So the next step is I want to have a little skinny neck come out of the top of the body here.
Mhm.
So to get, but this is too big. If I were to just right click extrude here, which is a good function, that's just a little bit too fat of a duck. Let's Control Z and undo.
Thick duck. Thick duck.
I need to make a little shape out here. So I'm gonna press I for inset. Then basically inset lets me pull in polygons from the widest spot, and to make kind of it'll basically give me another polygon on every single side of this. Inset. I can press GZ to move it up on the Z axis a little bit. All right, we're starting to see a little duck shape start to emerge. You seeing it, folks?
Slowly but surely.
All right, I'm going to add another loop on this axis now so that I can get a little more roundness to the back of the neck and the front of the chest. Control R again. Loop, cut, and slide. Just click it right there in the middle. And then I'm going to select right here on this polygon and press G to grab it. Oopsie. What did I do? G. And move it back on the x-axis.
You have to know what you're doing. One of us has to know what we're doing.
That's a little whoopsie daisy. Fortunately, we have the ability to undo.
Always
And we're gonna
undo. And
grab-
undo's the same, right? It's just Control Z.
Control Z and pretty much everything. Now I got a little round neck shape to play with by adding those extra polygons. Now let's pull the neck up out of the chest here. Now you see how I grab two faces?
Mm-hmm.
Just hit one left click lets me click a face. But if I hold down the shift button, I can click another face and another face and another face, another face, and so on. So that's how you get more polygons selected at the same time. So I want to have these two selected. Now I'm going to extrude these out. This is a new operation. So we've seen bevel, inset, loop, cut, and slide. Now we're going to do extrude. And that's pretty much all you need to know to do 3D modeling. That's your core tools. And you can do that by extrude faces or extrude faces along normals. This one will make it just come straight out of the face, and extrude faces kind of averages out in a different.
Got it.
It's a very subtle difference how these two work, but if you mess around with it, you'll start to intuit the difference. It doesn't make a great deal of difference at this point. We're just going to do extrude faces. First, once again, in the right-click menu, we see the letter E grayed out. So I'm going to press Escape, and I can just press the E key and start extruding.
Got it.
See how as soon as I press E, that blue line appears? That shows the direction that the extrude is going to happen on. And it's
So in this
based
case,
on
it's
the
Z.
average.
So straight up.
Yes, exactly. So we'll just drag that up, make a little neck there, and let's do it again. E. Why twice? Why did I do that 2 times? Because
So
I want to
you-
make the head bigger and let the neck stay skinny. So I made the neck this size. That's not going to get any bigger. So let's do some cool selection stuff real quick. Let's go to edge mode, grab this edge, press G, Z, and move it up on the Z axis. And just to give us a round top. And let's go back into face mode. And I can hold Alt while I click now. You see if I hold Alt and I click right next to this edge here, it selects all the way around. It gives me like a loop selection.
Got it.
Now, it will loop the selection around to the nearest edge that you click on. If I were to be next to this edge and hold Alt and click, it'll select the ones down the loop.
Got it. All right.
That.
So
Those aren't the faces I want.
This is exceedingly wonderful. The edge loops, the extruding, it's all great. But the question that everyone's really asking for now, as we're developing the glorious cute head for this little duck, is if the duck could also have a top hat.
Of course it can.
So so let's say hypothetically that this brilliant idea of having a duck with a top hat was all you, and you were having this thought in your head, and you're modeling this duck. Does knowing that you want to put a top hat on it change how you model it now? Or do you model the duck head like normal, and then you're like, okay, now I'm going to add a hat? Or like, how do you break up, your ideas as you're making something? Or does it matter? Or how do you deal with, iterating and building as things come to you?
Yeah, that's a great question, actually. I think that the answer is there's not a straight answer, and it depends on what you're doing and
like
how
every
long you've been
answer.
modeling.
It depends.
Yeah, it depends. I'll say this: you can add a hat. You can always add a new thing onto another thing, and because a hat is another object completely, it will be very safe to just build the duck first and then build a hat later. But we can also do something like Control R and insert another loop there, and select the ring around, extrude along normals, and I can make a hat like right
Oh my gosh,
now.
instant duck hat. That's amazing.
So if I wanted this to be removable from the duck, I would not do that.
Okay.
But if I want it to be part of the duck,
Sure.
I would just do it this way. But I don't know exactly where the duck's eyes and beak are going to go. So I'm going to Control Z and undo that first and get the beak on here.
Got it.
A very similar method.
And why would you want to do that? Is it to orient yourself for proportions, so you make sure that it looks right first, or is there another reason?
Question. Fantastic question.
Wow.
It's going to help me get the proportions figured. Yes, that's exactly right. I'll get the proportions figured out first, and then I won't be constrained by the hat. If the hat's not there, I can have more freedom with exactly how the hat sits on the head later, after I have a better understanding of what the shape of the head's going to be like, which right now is a little bit up in the air.
Got it. So if you had to summarize the highest level, most universal things, it sounds like this. I'm going to do my best to summarize it, and you let me know how close I am. Is extrude is one, G for grab, and then Control R, right, to make a cut, to be able to
cut and slide,
to be able to add more detail to whatever it is you're cutting.
And then E to extrude.
Oh, E to extrude. Yeah.
E to bevel.
Oh, B to bevel. B to bevel. Yeah, that was somebody's question. Was actually how do I make a round edge? And the answer is B to bevel in 2 clicks.
Yep. Oh, and for anybody that's tuning in and is new to Blender, all of these operations are detailed on the dev forum in an article called Box Modeling 101. Link in the chat to that. And it goes into great detail on all of this stuff and the exercises to make a treasure chest there. So if you forget something or can't follow along at any point, we can always reference you back to that too.
Amazing.
All right, now I'm going to insert another alert loop here because I kind of want to give a little curl up to the shape of the beak.
It's kind of cool.
I wouldn't have been able to. Yeah, I wouldn't be able to make that shape if I didn't put that other loop there. So I'll undo that and show you why I have to do that.
So I was gonna say it's kind of neat that you're able to make something and seemingly anything from just a handful of operations. And we just mentioned what some of those were, but I'm noticing now you have dots on the screen, and before they were lines, and then other times you were selecting whole portions of it like that. What what is that, and how does that matter, and how does that fit into how you make things?
Yeah, good question. So when we select a mesh in object mode, which is reflected up here in the top left of the screen.
And how do you get to object mode?
You can just hit this drop down and change between object and edit. There's other modes, but we're not going to use those ones.
Okay.
We're just going to object to select things and edit to make changes to the mesh. So object lets me choose toilet or choose duck, and I can move the whole duck or move the whole toilet or rotate the whole toilet. Rotate the whole duck, scale the whole duck.
Got it. So object mode is the higher level, and then the other one you said edit mode is that's where you actually do stuff.
Yep, and you can press tab to enter edit mode, or you can click the mouse over here, and then you have a choice to operate on vertices, which are the dots, which are the points between all of the edges. Or if we press 2, we can select the edges and edit those, which is basically controlling 2 points. 2 vertices. Or I can go into face mode, which is enabled by pressing 3. I can select full faces, or effectively 3 or more vertices at once, and it just is conceptually the same as a
Got it.
polygon, a quad, a face, or a triangle.
And you just you just switch between whichever one meets the need. So like when you were doing the bill a second ago, like the duck like mouth, you were on vertex instead of face. And like what in your mind, like when would you do something in vertex mode? When would you do something in, you know, the other one, like face? Like how should somebody think about which one to use for what broadly?
I think you just got to do a little bit of a process elimination while you're doing it. And sometimes you want really, really super fine control over just a single point, like on the top of this beak. I don't mind if the sides of the beak are still flat. I just wanted a little bit of curvature kind of on the top of the beak. So all I needed to do was isolate that one vertex and move it down.
Got it.
But if I would have tried to do that with the edge, it would have brought the front of the nose down with it and given me the wrong shape.
Okay.
Or the back of the nose and would have given me the wrong shape, or it would have flattened it out in the wrong way. And it would have affected the face, and I didn't want to do that.
Got it. So you just got to kind of think about what you're moving, how it impacts other things.
Right. Exactly right.
Okay. So, okay, great. Sorry, that was a bit of a tangent there about, you know, important Blender things. But we have very important businesses like adding a top hat that we still have yet to do.
Yeah, we do. Here, let me real quick just get this little tail fluttered. This is another extrude. And I'm going to add a little bit more here to get my body a little bit rounder. Okay. You know what? This edge here is looking mighty harsh, isn't it? Let's grab these edges and bevel them.
So you grab the edge, bevel, and it's curved. And then if you wanted to make it smooth, there was like 2 things that you did. Right-click, shade smooth.
Right-click, shade smooth.
Just
now
like
that smooths the entire duck. But over
Immediately.
here in the side panel, in the properties panel, we can go down here to the green triangle, object data properties. There's an area here called normals. You could ignore all this other garbage. Doesn't matter. Normals is one we care about. We're going to look at normals. And this is where we can turn on auto smooth, and we can change the angle or the degrees to which something gets smoothed or worked out. So by default, it's set to 30 degrees. That means any 2 polygons next to each other that are that have an angle between them that's less than 30 degrees, they'll get smoothed together. We can see that this angle here is more than 30 degrees apart from its neighboring faces. If I turn it up to like 45, you get smoothing between them. So you can control...
You have to know math to do Blender? Is that what I'm saying? That seems like what I have to know. If I would only
just
shade
a tiny bit.
certain
Just
things.
a tiny bit.
No.
Just a tiny bit.
No. We became an artist to not do math, and here I am.
Oh, that's not true. Artists are perfectly capable of doing a little bit of math.
You know, it is encouraging. It is encouraging to see, you know, actual math being used in an artistic field and to make things cooler and better. So
I do not have math brain. Lots of our engineering and scripting friends have incredible math brain. I have art brain. And I promise this is doable.
Even art brain can do this math.
Yep, I swear.
We can do math.
Let's get our eyeballs on here. Let's make some eyeballs, and then we can move on.
And then the hat.
So one thing I want to show is K. If you press K, that puts you in knife mode.
Ooh.
Brings out a little scalpel. And when you hover over a vertex, you see it kind of snaps to it. I can press click, and I start a cut. And I can end a cut anywhere when it sort of shows me a snap. It's going to snap me to different areas, or I can cut right onto the line here. Or up to here, so forth. And then I can press enter to commit. Now I have a new edge that got cut in there that I have total control over.
So
that's a little different.
I'm a little confused, to be honest. When you did Control R, right, to make to do a whole edge loop all the way across like that, right? But if you want something small, you just do K for knife, and then that's how you get some kind of details that are smaller. Which our next question is actually, it might be related to this. It's, do you have any recommendations for making small details? And it seems like now an eye is a small detail. and you're using a different tool that we haven't seen before.
Yeah, exactly. I use the knife tool to just add very precision cuts, and I'm very specific about where I want them. So this is sort of like a smaller detail, the eyeball, but I don't want it down all the way touching the beak. So I cut a big shape, and I'm going to press I to inset off a little bit, EZ to move it up on the G axis, on the Z axis. And then I can press tilde, and this brings up a new menu here. I can choose a top camera, a back camera, a right camera. This gives me orthographic views. I want to see this from the top.
Got it.
Because
so you can just see how much it pops off from the rest
I want
of
to
the
fix
body.
up my topology just a little bit here. I want to get this all kind of lined up a little bit. I go too much further and start making too complicated of shapes. And doing an orthographic camera like that can be really helpful. And one other thing, I don't need this polygon here. I can select it and press Control X, and that dissolves the selection and just makes it go away.
Okay.
Now I can extrude
the eyeball. Oh my gosh, it's creepy. It's terrifying.
Okay, see how this is all the wrong shape. This is the most terrible eyeball. What I can do is press S to scale.
No, that's making it worse.
Scale goes all over the place. But if I press 0 while scaling, it scales all of the selection down to 0 on itself. So 0, boom, gone, and press Enter. Now I just have this little kind of pointy shape where they all collapse on a single point, but now I need to make it round. So I grab it and I can bevel these vertices. Shift Control B. Oh, lucky. I need to merge them at center first. Okay. Now there was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 vertices all on top of each other a moment ago. Here, I'll just grab one and move it. So they're all just sitting on top of each other like that.
Oh, interesting.
Because all I did was scale them to 0 to sit on top of each other. I didn't collapse them into one yet.
Okay. Which is the next step.
Yeah,
and
so
the reason you want to do that is because you don't need them? Like, that's not something you want to do?
Right, exactly. Because if I bevel them out from there, each of them are going to bevel independently, and I want to bevel them as one so I can control that shape more accurately.
Got it. Okay.
So if you go into X-ray mode, you can then select through your mesh. Completely.
And what's X-ray mode real quick? I know the shortcuts on the screen, but just...
It is Alt-Z.
Alt-Z. Okay.
And
the reason you want to do X-ray mode is because you were saying...
Because then you can select things on the backside of your mesh, or even when vertices are all on top of each other, in this mode, you'll only select one of them.
Got it.
Because one's in front of the other, technically, according to Blender.
I see.
So you want to go into X-ray mode first, and then lasso select. Then it gets them all.
So you get all of them. Got it. Instead of just the one on top.
It'll select through the whole mesh. See how, like, if I select like this, oh, great, I selected the things that are in the camera view. Nothing behind it. The model blocks that selection. So if I go into X-ray mode and I do the same thing, I selected things all the way through the other side.
Got it. So you do X-ray mode to make sure that you catch everything that's stacked on top of each other, even if it just looks like it's one thing. You go to X-ray mode to make sure you get all of them because they might be duplicated on top.
Exactly, and they will block each other, even though they're tiny, infinitesimally. Right, so now that I got these all selected here,
Shalem, hold on, pause. Yeah. We have 15 minutes, and we haven't gotten to the top hat, and we also have an egg queued. So we gotta we gotta go. We're gonna
merge those vertices, and then we're gonna bevel them out, and we're gonna make a nice round eye. Look at that. It's round now.
Wow. So
it looks weird, but
it looks kind of weird. Should you shade smooth to make it not weird, or is it just how do we make it not look funky?
Well, there's a couple things. This is where modeling gets a little tricky. You just have to combine those simple things that we've already done. So I could bevel a little bit like that. I could use the knife tool to cut another row in.
Oh, so it's more circular.
And then grab that one central vertex, and something weird happened with my mouse. I can just sort of bring it in.
And then kind of move it in like that.
Yeah, so it's a little bit more of a reasonable shape.
Sure. Okay.
Okay.
It's like a photorealistic eye on a super cartoon duck.
Yeah, let's go ahead and get these edges selected, and we can. There's another thing is we can create sharp the edges, and then it will not smooth that edge anymore. So define the eyeball differently from the body.
Okay. Okay.
That removed the smoothing between them. You do that in edge selection mode. Select an edge and right click and do mark sharp.
Okay. All right. So we have one very angular, kind of creepy eye. We need another eye, a top hat, and an egg. It's like a shopping list.
But just like before, I'm actually putting that top hat above where it went last time.
Now, and you know that because you put the beak and the bill in before.
Exactly. And you remember earlier when I was showing you technique where you hold Alt and you select next to an edge and it gives you the whole ring? See how it didn't complete the ring?
Yeah. Why?
That's because it only works with 4-sided polygons.
Now,
is this a 4-sided polygon here?
It looks 4 to me, but clearly it's somehow not. Why?
Let's go to vertex mode. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
There it is.
Right, so it's a 5-sided polygon. So it stops there, and then you have to manually complete your selection.
Got it. Sure.
Another way to do is I could go back to knife mode and turn that into another quad.
To another 4-sided, and then it'll go all the way around.
Then it'll go all the way around.
Hey, wow. There you go.
So let's extrude along those. Oops. Nope. Let's use extrude faces. Gosh. You see how it's just going the way that it wants to go? And it's because these faces kind of point upwards a little bit.
Got it.
So what I can do is just work with that and instead use the scale tool by pressing S and scaling them outward.
There we go.
C, Z, just maneuver that around just a little. And I'm just scaling on different axes to kind of get the shape I like best. Then I don't even need to make any more geo. You can just scale this out.
And by geo, you mean geometry. You can just use what's already there.
You don't have to add anything else. And we can get
look at it. It's so cute. Look at that. Oh my gosh. Make it like super long. Make it like giga long. Make it like to space all the way up.
Here's a really cool trick. I'm going to actually remove this edge temporarily so that I can add a full loop around here. And I'm going to put it pretty close to the top. S to scale it small. Like, Adam, what are you doing? That makes no sense. Check this out. I can bevel it. And then I get a cool curve.
Wow. Incredible.
One thing that does happen when you bevel like that is just like when we were messing with the eyeball, it makes extra vertices. Watch. Press GZ to move it down. You see how it revealed like a whole new polygon that was just invisible? Yeah. It's because it moves that edge all the way to the edge. So to clean those up, when you get done with an operation like that, always go to vertex mode, press A to select all, and then right click to merge vertices by distance. And we can sort anything that's closer together than 0.01 meters.
Sure.
Like basically on top of each other. It'll merge those all together. And there we go.
Wow.
Now there won't be that weird thing.
That weird funkiness. All right, Adam. We're doing good so far. We want to see a modifier to put symmetry on this so we don't have to model the other side. That was the question. The question was, do you just copy the eye and put it on the other side, or do you have to do it all from scratch? But you seem to have an answer for that.
Check it out. Yep, I'll answer it both ways. Yes, you can just copy the eye. We're going to do a selection trick. Let's select the middle one. I've got this middle vert selected. I can press Control++ on the numpad, and it grows my selection. Plus, it just grows and it selects all neighboring vertices. That's a quick way to select a complex shape like that. And then, you see how these are all vertex selections? Oops. And it's just highlighting its neighboring edges and things. If I switch to face mode while I have this selected, it'll just select those faces.
Just the faces and not have to deal with everything else.
Yep, and now I can hold Shift and select this as well. And I can press Shift D.
D is in dog. There it is.
Duplicate. All right, so I could take this and press S and type -1 and scale it on. Oops. Let's do S, Y, so I'm scaling on the Y-axis only, and type -1, press enter. And then I've got a mirrored version of it. I got the duplicated geo. I scaled it negatively. That
That's
gives
what
me
the
its
-1 is.
That's what I get its opposite from. Yep.
Mm-hmm.
I could just line this up and stitch it in by hand. That.
So that's one way.
That's very tedious, but it is a way.
Okay.
If you can't, it's a way.
So it exists, but you might
there's nothing
not
wrong with it.
want to
It's
do
totally fine, but it's not as easy. I'm going to press delete to delete those faces. And whenever you press delete, it brings up this dialog. You can delete just the vertices, just the edges. I'm almost always wanting to delete faces.
Mm-hmm.
Recommend faces. And that just gets rid of it. Or I can press tab to get out of object mode. And I can go over to this little wrench here, which is the modifier properties panel. And I can click add modifier, which gives you a big old list. You don't need to worry about any of these.
Not going to lie.
Yep. Worry about those some other day. Not a big deal. You're hardly ever going to use them. Or you'll start using more of them over time. But I'd say I use maybe 15% of these. And I've been doing this for 16 years.
Wow. Good to know.
Mirror.
Mirror is what we're
Mirror
looking
gives
for.
us a mirror. Just going to mirror the model. And you can choose which axis. We're going to want to mirror on the y-axis. If you ever forget which axis is which, it's always nice to look at this little widget in the top right-hand corner.
Mm-hmm.
And we want to mirror it, kind of left to right. I can just look up here and see which one of these is going left and right, and that's the green one, and that's y-axis. Turn off x-axis here, which is on by default. And we'll choose y, and you can choose to bisect, which means it'll split the model down the middle. Without this, it just duplicates the model and flips it over. You actually want to cut it down its center and mirror the other side, so it's identical and stitched together. So I pressed bisect, and immediately the eyeball disappeared. So that must mean I need to flip the mirror. Boom. Other way. And we can toggle that back and forth. You can see this is the right side, this is the left side, right, left, right. So there we have it. And then when we get the setting we like, we can click apply. There's just a little drop down arrow and you apply the modifier. It disappears from the stack and your mesh now has those properties forever. Look at that ducky. Look at the big old head.
That's pretty cute. Not gonna lie. I love it. So the last question is the egg. They want to make an egg for our wonderful duck with his wonderful top hat.
So easy. Let's do it.
Let's see. Actually, hold on. Shaleem, this is a question for you. Do you think you can, when you make the egg, you look at this duck in the top hat and you're like, wow, incredible, goals. Like that's everything I want to be as an artist. So, but yet you use like the same 4, 5, 6 moves over and over and over and over again. Do you think that you can make the egg, which is pretty simple, right? And most people might be less intimidated by like, oh, I can make an egg in Blender. Like, sure.
Yeah.
Do you think that you can make the egg, but then annotate each step that you also use to make the duck, just to show the contrast of like, hey, this looks really simple and you can make an egg, but if you do this on repeat with some design, you can also make something more complex like a duck?
Sure. Okay. Yes, let's go. All right, the first thing we'll do is press Shift-A to add a new mesh. This brings up the add menu. We're going to start with a sphere. Let's do a UV sphere. And as you can see, it puts it down here, and it's outlined, and it's underneath the toilet. And it starts off with 32 segments and 16 rings in a radius of 1 meter. That's just, there we are. You can see it down there. You can change these properties to add more or less.
Mm-hmm.
So, we can start with like 16 by 8, so it's a little more reasonably low poly.
Okay.
We want to keep
little
our
bit easier
polygons
to deal with, so to speak.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. And then let's just move it out of the way. Now we can look at it. I would say next, let's go ahead and shade smooth.
Shade smooth. That was the first one of the first questions we had. Easy, done. 2 clicks.
All right, and then let's go into an orthographic camera. It's Alt-Z to
Alt-Z
see it
for
in
the X-ray, also that we used.
And we want to go into edit mode and press 1 to go into vertex selection mode. And I'm going to select the top half of these just by selecting through the whole object. And because
While
I'm
you're
in
X-ray mode. Yeah.
I get both sides. So I will press S to scale. I don't want to scale it on every axis. I just want to make this taller. Let's do SZ. I'm going to make that tall. And then I'm going to press G and Z and drag those vertices up and round out my egg. There we go. You got an egg.
There's an egg.
But now that's a really simple one. Let's make a
Yeah.
cracked egg so we can talk about maybe some more aspects of modeling.
Perfect.
To deliver on the
Yeah,
exercise.
because you can't really extrude from here like it's done. So if you wanted to show extruding, which you've done a fair bit of, or cutting, you'd probably have to make this a little more complex.
Yeah, let's make this a plastic egg.
Okay.
And inside.
Ooh.
So,
Ooh.
Just
An
like last
egg
time.
and an egg.
An egg and an egg, boy. Right, let's press Control R to add another loop.
Okay.
And
we do loops to add more detail.
Exactly. Now we have an opportunity here to add more resolution. See, this is a really long straight line.
Mm-hmm.
Opportunity now to just scale it up a little bit more.
Press S and just move it out.
Mm-hmm. Now let's also go in here, and so we have vertex selected. We can just press 2 and give us the edges. Let's bevel those edges. It's a little bit of a split, and this is where we're going to cut the egg. Don't need 7 edges. We only need 1. There we go. Now we'll do X-ray again. We'll press 3 to go into face selection. Let's select that whole row.
Man, that's so clutch to just be able to look at one side but use X-ray to get the whole thing around instead of having to select every single one all the way around manually.
Very convenient. Right, now let's press Control L.
What does that do?
Select linked all. Select all linked faces, basically based on their seams. There are no seams here, so it goes all the way to the seam where the mesh ends.
So it's how to select like a portion of what you've made.
Exactly, and you can select things by whether it's sharp or not, by UV islands, normals, or materials. We're not doing that today. We're just going to select to the seam, and it'll flood fill the selection all the way until the mesh ends, which in this case is right along where we cut it.
Got it. All right, just let me pause for 1 second. I need to address the crowd. Hello, crowd.
Indeed.
Hello, chat. We are currently like 2 minutes from the end of our scheduled programming. We're not with Inspire, which means you're not going to get any goodies from us outside of knowledge. You'll get knowledge, which hopefully you've already had. So there are other Inspire streams that are going on that you should attend. We're going to be wrapping up here soon. We're going to be going a little bit over, but I just want to let you know that if you were waiting for the next Inspire event, the time to leave our wonderful stream and see their wonderful stream is now. So that's it.
Don't leave, Schleem.
Hey, they have to. Inspire is good. They can leave. They can watch the VOD afterwards. All good.
I will be so jealous.
That's okay. It's okay. Anyway, wrap it up. We gotta go. We're running a little over.
Thanks for stopping in, y'all. Okay, let's grab this with G. Move it out of the way. Remember, you can hold middle mouse, use an axis. Move it out of the way. Go back to edge selection mode and press Alt-Shift. Select. Click one edge and select that whole edge. And let's extrude it inward. We'll extrude a little bit. Right-click so it goes nowhere and press S to scale that extruded edge. Then I can press E to extrude again. And again, you see how it just goes any old way? I'm going to lock this to the Z axis by pressing Z. All right, and E again, E again, then S to scale it in. I'm basically just kind of building out the interior of it.
Got
one
it.
row at a time.
You're
E,
basically making a little
S,
wall
easy.
in between this
E,
middle section and the outside
S,
section.
Easy, exactly. E, S, 0, enter, 1. Go back to vertex selection mode. And remember, I had all those edges in there selected.
They're
when
still
I
there.
convert that
They're
to
still there.
vertices, this is selecting all of those vertices. I don't even have to go to X-ray mode. And I can merge at center. They become one vertex. That's the bottom half of the egg. You could even repeat the process with the top half. Pressing 3, selecting a face, Control L to get all of those faces.
Yep.
If I press P, I get to separate the selection.
To make it like its own item off to the side.
Exactly. Now it's its own mesh over here. I
So
can
a
do
top and a
unique
bottom.
things with this. And an even faster way to do what we just did by hand here, except with the top half, is do another modifier. Just click Add Modifier again over here on the right side panel, in the Properties panel. Remember, this is modifiers. These are on the little wrench. And we can go to Solidify. And then we just mess with the thickness and choose how thick we want it. And then apply.
There you go.
Perfect.
And there's our egg. All right. Well, everybody, thank you so much for stopping by. Thank you for excusing the scuff. We're still kind of figuring it out. So we appreciate you dealing with our well intentions here. The next ones will be more polished, we promise. It'll be great. In the meantime, though, something we wanted to tell you is that we have a lot more resources outside of streams that are really, really cool that you can watch. We have a lot more other things that you can do, like these tutorials that we've made. There's some about scripting. They have code samples. We also have AI, which is amazing, and you can use it to look up more specific questions that you have. You can even use it in Studio. And then, of course, as most of you know, we also have Dev Forum. So between those things, and the links will all be underneath this video where it's embedded, you'll have access to the other tutorials that are written, some with videos, some with not, and then all the other tools available to help you start making the things that you see in your head. We'll have more streams coming your way, and continue to let us know what kind of topics you would like to see and what types of things that you're interested in. We're really excited to be making more of these for you and hope that you get things out of it. Shaleem, anything to say before we wrap here? Excellent. Okay. All right. Thanks.
Through from the Roblox so far. So I'm gonna start with chapter 1, introduction. So who am I? I'm Kevin Kim. I have a art background. I graduated 2004, so exactly 20 years ago. Yeah, time flies. So I spent 5 years in motion graphic and 2 years in CG animation, and I spent another 5 years in film industry. So I was pretty lucky on my career, so I received the Oscar and the Emmy Award in same year. And then so far I spent 9 years on the game industry, and I create the team Brave Turtles in 2015. So 9 years ago, I make my team called Brave Turtles, and then I make that team to the actual company itself. And here is my picture holding the Oscar trophy and the Emmy trophy as well. I have, forget about my hairstyle right there. So my company, Brave Turtles, it was team back 9 years ago. And I spent 6 years team building. So I tried to collect all the best members in the field. And then I decided to make a company. So we are very highly, trained and the veterans on the field. That's one of the strength, one of the biggest strengths on our company. And we established my company on 2021 in Los Angeles, and we start to make it, developing the first game called Run AZ, which is a fashion show game. We launched on the 2022 November. On a platform called the Geppetto. It's the third biggest, metaverse platform, and we received the best word of the Geppetto last year. So it's been year and slightly half year, and we are still #1 game on the Geppetto so far. And proudly, we launched our second game, which is the Rift Hunters on Roblox. So what is Rift Hunters? It's a shooter, and our target demographic is the 13 and the older casual gamers on Roblox, and you guys can play our game on PC, mobile, and tablet. And our business model is the free to play, so everyone can play freely on our game. So please play our game and have some fun. Okay, chapter 2, initial developing phase. So when we decide to make a game on Roblox, what we started was collecting all kinds of data. So R&D and research. So first we collect a lot of data from the online and all kinds of the elements from it, and then these are some of the highlights. And what we found out last year, which is 2023, the monthly users in the metaverse whole total number was 400 million, and as you can see, Roblox has 220 million monthly users, which is more than half of them. So that's how big Roblox is. And the middle, you guys can see the Roblox daily users, how they growing each year. And this year so far I believe it reaches 78 million daily users. So it's explosively growing fast field. So we think the Roblox is the future. That's why we decided to move on to the Roblox. And of course we research a lot of top games on the Roblox. So we played a lot of games and then trying to find out why it's so successful in Roblox so far. And of course we try to find our product market fit on our game. So we research hard on the the demographics. So we try to we think age between 13 to 24 is the biggest user is on the Roblox. So we aim to that age, and the business model we decide to be free to play. So we sell the items and the subscription models, and the retention is the key of the whole gameplay. So we decide to make it new game weapons and the skins, and of course good live service. So after we find out and we decide what to do with it, and what we done afterwards was actually reaching out to the Roblox dev relationship team. I think we did one of the best thing to do, because we got a lot of help from dev relationship team. I'm especially wanted to thanks to Ali, KP, and Sally, Alice, and Michael, and Jonathan. Yeah, everyone was extremely helpful for us. And then we did a lot of play tests with them, and then got a lot of good feedback from them. So it was very grateful journey with them. So I think that one of the best thing we did was the reaching out to that team. And we did like we launched our Rift Hunters June 13th. So we reached out like year and a half ago. So yeah, it was I think really right thing to do. And then after that, we tried to interview with a lot of Roblox developers out there. So whoever did have an experience on the Roblox, we reach out to them and then had a interview with them. That was very helpful actually, and they give us a lot of feedback for our game too. After that, we set the milestone and timeline. So we decide to make spend like 7 months on making the alpha version, which means it has a core gameplay and the game loop and the basic business model. And then we spend another 2 months polishing the game and balancing, of course, fixing the bugs. And we finally trying to decided to launch on June 13th. So it's been about like month and a half now, and so right now we are focusing on the live service, and it's going to be a lot of marketing strategy, and polishing the game, and game balancing, and adding more game assets to it. So chapter 3, game design and mechanics. So when we finish the decide to make the milestone and the timeline, we try to focus on the game itself. So first we try to find what kind of genre of the game. So we knew from the beginning that shooter genre is not that famous genre on the Roblox, but that's why we actually triggered, we decided to go that direction, because we saw that a lot of players actually play a lot of actions on the Roblox, but when they try to play the shooter, they actually move on to the other platform. So if we make a good shooter game, I think we think a lot of users keep staying on the Roblox and play our game. So after we decide the genre as the shooter, we researched on all the good shooting games on the Roblox, and we found that a lot of our competitors, so fun like Phantom Forces, Arsenal, and the Frontlines. There's all good games, but they're like kind of like realistic games. So we trying to be go other direction. So we trying to be more imaginative, and but also pretty competitive. But we add more kind of easy going on our game. So that's how we settle our genre, and then after that we keep moving forward with more detail of the game, which is we add more unique weapons, and the concepts, and the level of system, and collectibles, which is the mask systems. So concept and universe. So we wanted to make our world open universe. So our title is Rift Hunters, which means players using Lift, which is the portal to travel to other world, and even different time too. So it's very open world, and then it can be it can be anywhere you guys can travel, and then we add a lot of fun mission to it, so players can enjoy it. And the reason why is the collecting the coins. So these are our main concept, and then we are trying to focus on the what kind of game mode we build. So right now we have 3 big game mode: curse, coin capture, and rhythm raid. So curse mode has our main mode, which is a free for all, and 8 players playing together, and one of players collect 100 coins, then become the boss. So it has the switch pattern. So it has the very nice 2 pace game, which is very nice, and it doesn't have much. It's very unique system than any other shooters out there. And then coin capture is the 3 versus 3 team fight mode, and the rhythm raid is the core raid modes. 8 players playing together against the one big giant boss. So now we have a live challenge questions. First question: how many coins do you need to collect in Rift Hunters curse mode to become the boss? So Jonathan, are you gonna help me out this?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, so I can see how are we gonna do this? Whoever answer, you guys gonna collect the answers, right? So should I wait until someone actually answer this?
Oh yeah, so people will have some time to answer. We can give
okay.
a minute, and then
Gotcha.
we can entertain the crowd for
I
a
see.
while.
Okay. So yeah, it's very. If you guys listen my presentation carefully, it was all there. Yeah. So it's very easy questions. And you guys can jump onto the Lufthansa right now and find out too. So feel free to do it.
Does the coffee taste too good?
Oh yes, especially with this cup. Yeah.
Perfect. Yeah, that's an amazing cup.
Thank you. One of my friends in Korea actually sent it to me, make this cup and sent it to me. So
amazing.
This is my favorite cup. Yeah.
Yeah, I think we have enough time now. I think we can proceed if you want to.
Awesome. Okay, let's move on. So after we decide to make a 3 game mode, and we make a game design that game flow. So when game user come into our game, they start it inside of the on the lobby first, and then they choose the one of the 3 game mode to purchase proceed game, and then after game, and then they come back to the lobby, and then they can do their upgrades and the shopping. So these are our game flow, which is pretty simple, but we had 3 different modes, so you guys people can enjoy it and over and over and over. And these are our business model. So we do have very unique weapons on our game. That weapons you cannot find anywhere on the other games, because it's so unique that unique and fun and very creative weapons. So we have a bunch of weapons you guys can purchase and can receive by the experience point. And then we do have the mask system which can boost your ability to more. You can make it more faster. You can make it invisible, and you can jump higher or something like those. And yeah, those are the 2 main business model. And we do have the battle pass. So we have a season system. So each season will be 8 weeks. Yeah, based. So yeah, so far I introduced you guys how we actually move on to the Roblox and research on and design the game, and then we actually make the game so far. And then now this chapter I will talk about how we actually try to launch this game. So after we settled the releasing date, we start our marketing. So we make our own trailer first, and then we start the countdown. So we make this small shorts for every day, and make it countdown, make a new short animation for we launch the short animation every day for the countdown, and then we post these to 9 different our social media. And we team up with the app called the Fresh Cut. We prepare the UGC event, which makes 4 different items, cool looking hunter hair, hunter shoulder crawls, hunter sword pack, and of course bodysuit. So we make this event with the Fresh Cut, and then we make a Discord community site. So we start to make our own community base. And here's another challenge questions. So question number 2: how many items were available to be received during the first UGC event? So yes, yeah, you guys just saw the items, so please count the number. Yeah.
Yeah, we should actually add the music for this part.
Yeah.
I like your
Yeah.
idea. Oh, there we go.
There you go. Yeah, so much better.
Yeah, we get the vibes now.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
All right.
I think we have enough time.
Okay.
We can go forward.
Okay, thank you, Jonathan. So yeah, after we prepare those all the strategy for the launch. After that, we just did keep playtest. So I think this is the right thing to do on our side. We did a lot of playtest though, and the first playtest with the Roblox dev relationship team was only after 2 months of the development. So that was one of the very proud moment for us, because all the dev team members kind of like surprised by how fast we actually developed the game itself. I mean, we didn't have all 3 game mode, but it was be able to finish the one whole the big main curse mode from the only 2 months of the development time. So it was very nice, and we continue to conduct play test, and then get the feedback from whoever played, and then implement that feedback to our game. So these are how we actually make the launching strategies. And then final chapter, the key lessons we learned from the whole experience so far. So importance of the community. So we didn't know how important is community for the Roblox itself, because we, like I show you, we make our own community, Discord community, when we right before the launching. So it was about like month before the launch, but we should do it much earlier, because now we really understand how actually important the community is, because it's very difficult to attract the initial users if we don't have the community support. So if you guys try to release a game on the Roblox, should have the make a community first. Yeah, that was the big lesson we learned. And yeah, UGC event. So UGC event attracts a lot of users, but it also attracts the hackers too. So these are the actual snapshot. I got it from the YouTube. So one of it, the hacker Tora Ishimi actually make a own video of how hacking our game when we reached launched the UGC event. So we got a lot of hackers attacking our games after this movie on the on YouTube. So beware, if you guys launch UGC, it means hackers will be there. Yeah. So it was like it shows how people can hack in our game. So instantly it shows the script that instantly kill all the other players, and they're collecting all the game coins, and then finish the game. So how we actually counter this was we actually renamed some of remote events in the weapons system. So whoever using old names is automatically trigger the ban. And then additionally, we put the coin a place in unreachable place. So whoever collect that coin in coin with the hacking script, then it will be automatically banned. So that's how we actually actually be able to strike back on the hackers. But beware UGC bans, because it's not you guys need to think a lot of preparation before the UGC launch the UGC events. Also, UGC events bring a lot of users, but also reduce revenue long termly, because a lot of users coming, but they kind of like try to get the items from your game, not actually spend money on the game. That's why for the long term, it's good that users coming, but the monetization graphic is getting lower for sure. So beware of that. And then after the finish the event, the home recommendation metric is really going down. We see that circles. So beware of that. So UGC event has the backforce too. So beware of that. And the target users play test. So like I told you, like I said, we did a lot of play test, but we didn't, we should do more tests with actual Roblox users, target users, because others and the Roblox users play very differently on games. And post-launch Discord data review, data to review play games. I mean, if you guys do play test with the actual target users, you guys can actually get good feedback from them. I mean, we received a lot of feedback, but it was all the others' point of view. But the actual target users will play differently and will have different feedback. So should play with more with target users. Will very helpful. And like trying to match the style too, because we trying to be very different style, different look, but a lot of Roblox users kind of like what Roblox style. So trying to be making icons, even thumbnails. I prefer go follow the Roblox style itself. Yeah. And because we didn't do this much, so we finally we spent like a month and a half just balancing out and then trying to get make a more good mechanic, game mechanic on our side. So yes, try to get more feedback from the target audience. Yes. And monetization strategy on the Roblox. So home recommendation is the king, which means the pickup by the Roblox algorithm itself. So focusing on the day 1 and day 7 retention, and game difficulty should be match users' expectation, which means the try to make a easier game, because if it is the game mechanic is too hard or confusing, we see a lot of target users having difficulty on it, and trying to make increase the play time. Sorry. So if you guys can do this, day 1, day 7 retention and play time and difficulty, then it will be naturally lead to increase the monetization. So, and it will increase the home recommendation, which is the key of the successful Roblox game launch. So Rift Hunters, yeah, we are updated. Rift Hunters is coming, so we already launched Rift Hunters animation, and we're gonna launch next week. Actually, is the season 2, which is the 5th. We're gonna launch season 2 on the August 14th, and we're gonna start first, the creator event the YouTube Roblox creator event on the 16th, and then we have on season 2 we're gonna add new shooting range, new game mode, and new maps. And the Discord community events, we're gonna start a lot of Discord events soon. So stay tuned, and hope you guys enjoy the this presentation, and join the hunt, please. And thanks for the great opportunity on Roblox, and all the users. Thank you all.
Perfect. This was amazing. Thank you so much for
Thank you.
sharing all of your knowledge. Okay, yeah. So we got a couple of questions sent in chat. Also, if anyone watching has any questions, please feel free to send them over at the Q&A tab on the top right of your screen. We'll take some time to answer those. Is that okay with you, Kevin?
Sure. Yeah. Sure thing.
All right, perfect. So
Can
a lot of people.
There's something. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. Go ahead. Yeah. Go ahead.
No, go ahead, please. Go ahead.
Oh, and I'm gonna just keep sharing. Where is it? Yeah. Go ahead.
All right, perfect. So a lot of people want to know, what was your experience with Roblox before the launch of Rift Hunters?
My experience. It was quite a journey, because again, like we got a lot of good people on the way, and we met a lot of good help from the Roblox dev relationship team. So it was grateful, and also very hopeful, and exciting actually. And yeah, the making Roblox game wasn't easy, but we are learning every day, and then the users, there is a lot of good users out there, and then the creators. So just be able to reach out to them, and then making connection with them was it was very nice, and then challenging, but also very nice thing. So yeah, it was a very great journey so far.
Yeah, perfect. Speaking of a journey, do you have any advices you can give to developers who are just starting their experiences?
Again, like, reach out to whoever has the experience on the Roblox, developers, users, and even dev relationship team. Yeah, and trying to get the connect with them, get a lot of insight from them, and then learn from them, and then from that learning implement to your own game to it. Then it will be make way shorter term to get successful game, make a successful game.
Yeah, perfect. And I think that every successful game, it is dependent on the studio, the developers who are creating it, right? So we would like to know how it was trying to get people to join your studio, to join Brave Turtles.
Okay, that's very hard question, and also very exciting question too, because like I explained my whole journey before the Roblox. Actually, I spent 6 years making just team building itself. So I'm trying to get all the best of the best. So it wasn't easy. Again, nothing is easy anyway. So
Yeah.
but yeah, I'm trying to make a good team first. Yeah, so that's very important, because don't do it by yourself, because it's long journey again, and it's pretty lonely if you're the only one. If you can share your dream to other team member, share it, and trying to make a best team, then yeah, I think it will be so much easier to get make a successful game on the Roblox.
Yeah, perfect. And so we would like to understand how did you feel when you first started creating your art, creating either your games or maybe your previous background as VFX. How was it like when you were maybe just starting, when you were a little maybe too young to understand how creating a game works?
Oh, so yeah, I have like 20 years of my career background, and like more than half of wasn't the game. So I tried to live my life, very hard, but I kind of like forget about during that time I kind of forget about my dream. So after like 10 years of with my experience, I've kind of like realized, oh, why I went, the reason why I went to the game school from the beginning, because I tried to make a video game. So that's why I went to the art school. But I kind of forget about that dream, and after 10 years later, and I kind of realized that, and then I want to be more focused back to my original dream, which is making games. So that's why people might actually like to game and then make a team, and then I'm here right now. Yeah, so follow your dream. Yeah, that's the very important thing, and one of the key for the successful career, I think. Is that your question?
Yeah, I think it answers the question. Yeah, I think
right?
it works. Yes.
Yeah.
And you're speaking about your dream. I want to know what maybe inspires you to follow your dream. What's the main inspiration for the dream?
Okay. So when I was young, I want to become the movie director. Actually, I love I was love movies, watching movies, think about the movie all the time. So yeah, I want to be like movie director. But when I played the game when I was young, I played a lot of good game, and then I decided to change my career to the game because what I found out was that I realized how the game, the media is has the power of how powerful it is. The
Yes.
movie, so you watch watch it, hear it, feel it, but the game, you spend way more time on it, and you actually become the character itself. And so the motion wise and then emotion wise, and then you feel way more than the movies. That's why I decided to change my direction to the game. And yeah, so right now I want to make a game that can touch people's heart. Yeah,
Yeah,
like
amazing. Yeah, I think there's another layer of like the interaction you have when you're playing a game. It's so much better than just watching a movie, right?
Exactly. Yeah, and all kinds of feeling you can create by the game. Like scary one, the love, of course, action and satisfaction, thriller. Yeah, it's the like. Yeah, it has a more power to it to me. Yeah, so
Yeah,
I think
absolutely.
that's why the game industry is way bigger than movie industry now. Yeah, it's
Yeah.
yeah, game industry is way the movie and the movie like pop and also sport is still not biggest game industry itself. So I think that's the biggest reason behind it. Yeah.
Yeah, perfect. So when we think about the gaming industry, as you said, we have a bunch of games going like launching all the time, and I feel like one of the most important things is coming up with new ideas. And we would like to know how do you approach the brainstorming of a new game idea or the idea of a new project?
Okay, that's a good question because
Yeah, right?
yeah, it's very hard actually because on my my presentation, our first game was the fashion show game, which I never imagined before that I'm gonna make a fashion show game ever because I'm not fashion people. I'm not interested in fashion that much, but we did somehow make a best fashion show game on the world. So that's the kind of beauty of the game itself. I think if even though you're not good at or you are not into it, if you can, if you guys can design hard, then you guys can make a really good game out of it. And then making my own the favorite game and deciding what kind of game we trying to make is it's very hard question.
Yeah.
Why I'm saying this is because when we decide to make the Rift Hunters, our first game was the fashion show game again, and then the second game is the shooter. It's a really different game, and the scope wise is way bigger. But we decided because we see the potential of the Roblox, the users itself. Also, we see this. We saw the users on the platform first too, because of course we need to like what we making too first. But we are the company, which means we need to make money out of. It's not then we're gonna go out. So that's why we research hard on the platform. That's why we make a fashion show game on the Japero, because the 80% of the Japero users are female, and they love shopping and they love the posting and stuff. So that's why we make the game. And the second, shooting, because we see the Roblox, and then there's even though we know that shooter is not that hot on the Roblox genre, but we decide to go at because we see the potential. Because if we make a good game, good enough to make a good shooter, then people will keep staying on Roblox and play our game. That was our goal. So it's very hard in between what you wanted to do and what users should like it. So you guys should balance it out. If you are young and doesn't need like us, because we are company, we need to make a profit out of it. It's not then we are out of street. So we trying to balance that out and try to make what your goal, your personal goal, and the goal of as the company. Then I think you will make you happy when you make it, and then happy after you reach launch the game. Does it make sense? Yeah.
Yeah, it does. Yeah, don't worry. Absolutely. So I think now we can go a little bit deeper into the more mechanical side. I don't know if that's the proper word, but we're going to delve a little bit deeper on Rift Hunters. Okay. So first we want to understand what's the ideology of balancing like the mechanics, but also dealing with a very complex script and a large amount of assets. How do you balance those?
Yeah. Again, like on my presentation, we spent about like a month and a half just focus on the balancing the game because the scope wise, the Drift Hunters is way bigger than our first game, and we are total number of 8 team members, so which means very small for this big game. So I mean, we did a lot of play testing, and then of course game balancing. But when we launch our game, like global users coming on and then play our game and give us a lot of feedback for every aspect of the game. So yeah, that's why we spent a month and a half just straightly on the game balancing. I think that's the right thing to do on outside, and we didn't do much marketing because of that reason. Yeah, I think now we are we have a very balanced in game overall, and then that's why we second season, which is launching next week on Wednesday, and we're gonna start the actual the marketing, heavy marketing after that. So yeah, balancing is very hard, especially if you design the very big scope of game. Then yeah, so you should be aware of it, and then if you don't have that much manpower, budget and time, then you should design your game smaller. Yeah, that's will help you a lot.
Yeah, perfect. Absolutely, makes total sense. So yeah, so one really good question is Rift Hunters. It's a multiplayer game, of course, right? So it can be a little dependent on the players. So even though we have bots in the experience, so you don't necessarily need to have someone else playing. You can play with bots, but it's way better to play with other people, right? So what are the plans that you guys have? Should the experience face a drop of players, or what are the plans to keep bringing the players back to the experience?
So yeah, I briefly mentioned this on my presentation too. We will launch the shooting range on next season. So which means that you guys can, the users can grab any kind of weapon, all kind of the mask itself, and then shooting. And so people, whoever started our game for first timer, and then they will spend time on the shooting range. They can test it out, all kinds of weapons and the mask itself, and then be able to understand the logic of the upgrading system as well. So yeah, it's gonna be very helpful. And then another one, the multi game aspect wise, we gonna launch not not on beginning of the season 2, but we're gonna launch it soon after we launch the season 2, which is we're gonna make another like game mode itself. So it's gonna be not only corp, and then it has the all kind of different it's gonna be like depend. It's not tower depend. It's kind of like depend game. So it's gonna be 8 players playing together. Moving on to the other level, and then finish the level, go another next and next. So it's kind of like a Zelda kind of a style shooting game. So I think it's gonna be attract a lot of users. Yeah. So yeah, the shooting range and the new game mode. Yeah.
Yeah, perfect. So I'm going to go a little bit personal here. So if you're not comfortable with answering that, it's absolutely fine. But myself as a creator as well, who have created games in the past, who has a bunch of interest in art as well, maybe doing movies someday, I don't know. We have to face the constant fear of maybe your project not delivering or not reaching the heights you expected. So what are some tips, or what do you do to keep that fear in check, to make sure that you are doing whatever you can, but even if something doesn't come as planned, that it's okay. You shouldn't worry about it, and maybe try again next time.
Okay, that's very good and also very hard question actually.
Yeah, exactly. This
Yeah.
has been a hard Q&A, right?
Yeah. I mean, but I'm enjoying it because the question is very unique, though. Thank you for asking. Actually, mm, be positive. Be very positive about what you're doing. I mean, if not, then you will struggle. I mean, even though you are positive, you will struggle too. So be super positive about what you're doing, and have very high hope on it.
Yeah,
if
absolutely.
if it doesn't work, it doesn't work. I mean, like what seeing on the movies and the dramas and the music, we see a lot of successful ones, right?
Mm-hmm.
But like 99% of them was actually failed ones.
Yeah.
Because yeah, but we see almost like 1% of like out of 100. So that's why we see all the successful ones. So we think, oh, everything is so successful, but it's not. Life is hard. It's very tough, and then developing game is actually even tougher. To be honest with you. I mean, it's a
Yeah.
fun process. Is I'm having fun, but also like dealing with the whole process and team and the whole like business, making business going is not easy. That's why you need to be very positive about yourself and don't worry too much, because if like if something happen, it's very bad happen, that means close down your company, or your you make failure game. Right.
Yeah, and,
Who
and it's
cares?
an opportunity to learn, right? You
Yeah.
can
I
try
mean,
to figure out,
who
okay, what did I
cares?
do wrong? What can I improve next time? So it's best to fail, so you learn.
Yes, exactly. I mean, no one who actually you know care about care deeply about what you're doing, seriously, like, except your family, I guess. I mean, it's not
Yeah.
means, oh, you guys can fail. No, it's not, I mean, at all, because it's totally opposite of that, actually. Because that, don't worry about failing. Be super duper positive about yourself and your team, your project, your whatever. Yeah. So other than that, it will make you so small and hard. But that's
Yeah.
why don't go that direction, because this world is so confusing and very so too many people is in this world and too many things in here too. So we are a very small thing. So, right. So don't
Yeah,
worry about
exactly.
failure, because no one care about 99% of it. Only cares about 1%. All right, 1% of successful story. So if you are on that 99 side, don't worry about it. No one cares about it. So why worry about so care about you become the failure. Don't because it's not it's yeah, it doesn't make any sense on that side, because is failure is actually 99% is actually fail in process,
Mhm.
failing side. So don't worry about it. If you fail, no one cares about it. So if no one's care about it, then don't worry about it. Super
Yeah,
positive.
perfect.
Yeah, then it will be, there's much chance get to actually become the 1% if you do that. So yeah, if you want to make a game, I know I'm telling you, it's not easy, but just go for it. Have fun and then make a team and try your best. If not, then who cares? Yeah, no one care about your failure. Seriously, no one. So that's why I'm here too. I'm doing this. It's not English is not my mother's tongue. But I decided to do English presentation because I know it's gonna help me, make it better me. So yeah, try to be very positive, challenging everything, make a team, and yeah.
Yeah, amazing.
stay hard.
Yeah, yeah, this was amazing. I think this is one of the best endings we could ever had. End up on a positive note, encourage people, inspire people maybe. And yeah, thank you so much for joining us. Thank you everyone who
you, Jay.
participated, who sent over their questions. Then again, you can find Kevin at the Discord at Brave Turtles. Go play Rift Hunters. And for those
Yes,
of you who are still here, in about 1 hour, we're going to have our next presentation, Souls RNG. Pretty big game. I think some of you maybe heard of it before. So yeah, they're going to be talking about their development history as well. So yeah, it will be a great time as well. And Kevin, again, thank you so much. If you want to say any goodbye words.
Thank you, Jonathan. And thank you for the great opportunity again. Yeah. Thank you all.
Oh yeah, we're so happy to have you. Thank you, everyone.
Okay. Bye-bye.
Hi, I'm Dave Bazuki, founder and CEO at ROBLOX. You're listening to Tech Talks, a podcast about the people and ideas that are shaping the future of immersive connection and communication. In this series, we'll be exploring some of the most innovative technologies that have emerged in this new category and sharing stories with the Robloxians that are building them. Today we have 3 special guests for our special 4-person show. We're joined by Kiran Bhatt. Welcome, Kiran.
Hello, Dave. Nice to be
Effie
back.
Gunawan. Welcome, Effie.
Hi, Dave.
And Mahesh Subramanian. Welcome.
Hey, thanks.
Yeah, so it's so good. So we brought the all-star team here together today And this is going to be a little different than our normal tech talks because we're going to be doing visioneering today. We're going to paint really something we talk about a lot at Roblox, which is the future of communication. That future of communication is composed of immersive 3D simulated communication, where we're represented by an avatar, where our avatar isn't just static. It can do things together. We can play hide and go seek. We can go to school. We can simulate that we're in the Roblox office. And ultimately, a Roblox avatar that feels really realistic and close and near and dear to what we're doing. So hang on for a technical product roller coaster ride as we touch on all of this. But before we dive in, first, maybe just like quick background. First, Mahesh and Karan, how did we meet?
Yeah, it was really interesting. It was in 2020, in the middle of the pandemic phase, where we had a meeting outside in a safe environment, where we got to hang out with you and talk about the vision of avatars and 3D. This was when Mahesh and I had our startup Loom AI, and that meeting changed the course of our interactions with you and with the company.
Yeah, we were looking at digital avatars, expressiveness, personalization, but for an image-based or video-based communication setup. And we were always dreaming about shared 3D spaces when we met you. And boom, magic. We were like, wow.
It was somewhat magical. The magic I remember. Effie, how did we meet?
I have an interesting story.
Yeah.
So 2 years ago, a little over 2 years ago, Manuel moved to Roblox, and I've worked with Manuel for several years at Google. And I was curious about, what is Roblox? And I started listening to Tech Talk podcasts.
This podcast.
This podcast. The first podcast I listened to.
That's kind of recursive, right?
You're right.
Like the thing that brought you here, you're doing right now.
Yeah, and as Mahesh and Karan introduced themselves, it's basically the same podcast as what I listened to 2 years ago, and it was Karan and you talking about avatars and AI and how the AI tech could help people express themselves. And to me, I felt like I spiritually met you through your vision, and I was sold. Like, here I am.
Okay, well, there's probably going to be thousands of people that are spiritually meeting you after this goes live. And so we're probably going to have a lot more people being recruited, not just because of me, but because of this group today. So, okay, so we're going to take a step back and talk about the history of communication. We've shared this at RDC, the notion that people are always trying to figure out a way to be together at a distance if they can. And we've seen this with smoke signals. Mm-hmm. We've seen this with the mail system. We've seen this with the telegraph system. We've seen this with the phone system. In the midst of COVID, of course, we saw this in video. And at Roblox, I think we feel there's one more step here. And that is the step where we can recreate not just a video screen, but a 3D situation that can work on any device, phone, tablet, computer, VR, headset. And it's not just that we can be to communicate, but once we put people in 3D simulated environments, there's a lot more things we can do. We can have meetings like this where we look around and see who we're looking at, which is a lot more immersive than that video screen. Like we said, we can play hide and go seek, and we could get up and run away from here, which we can't do on a Zoom call. And then something really interesting we'll talk about is communication and serendipitous communication as we get that. So when we think about this, that seems like a lot. Some of us have seen Star Trek and the holodeck. Some of us imagine this working on a phone. Sometimes this will work in the holodeck. But there's various components of this. And those components include everyone has a great avatar. That avatar more and more can be simulated at high speed. We can move around and that we can communicate. And so we're going to kind of break this whole problem down and talk about all the pieces. And then hopefully when they come together, everyone's going to imagine, okay, if we have all those pieces, we're going to see it. And so we'll start with great avatars. And it's interesting, when we first met and we were looking at avatars, our avatars were very constrained almost in a certain look and feel.
Right.
That classic Roblox avatar, they did have some elements of the notion of personalization, and they had some elements that the community loves. We knew it from day one of communicating it. Then you worked on like movies, right? Like you worked on really great movies. So how did you think, when we first met, that kind of extension from those initial avatars to the types of avatars we see in movies?
Yeah, avatars are the means of representing yourself in 3D, and so the limits are endless. And starting from something that we had a few years ago, where the avatars are very simple, all the way to movie avatars, which are very expressive. The entire gamut is what is the exciting aspect of avatars on a platform like Roblox. And each one of those have elements in them that have to work well for them to be lovable and successful.
Yeah.
When you have really photorealistic avatars at the other end of the spectrum, you want to make sure that you don't fall into the uncanny valley. So the more fidelity you bring into the avatars, the expectations of the users are also high. So there is like a fine balance where avatars are both very fun and engaging, but also what users connect with themselves. And so the styles may be very simplistic to begin with, but they can still be very engaging. So basically, the spectrum is very important, and different people connect with different styles of avatars. So when we spoke, that was one really important element that we understood right away, that there's a large audience of users, both from Roblox and people who had used Lumi Live and other things that we had built, which people identified with. And then there are all these characters which are on the big screen that people identified with. And the important thing of all of those is that there is an element of a human behind these avatars.
That's right.
So with the movie avatars, the successful ones are built with elements of the actor, both in how they are built to look like in their appearance and how they move.
I don't know if when we first met, we were already talking the notion that we have to do this very difficult thing where we have this very classic Roblox avatar, everyone loves it, and at the same time, in a sense, that has to be subsumed in a style-free technology where any avatar style that anyone wants to build has to be successful. I forget, were we talking about that early on?
Yes, we actually got onto a video call when we were talking. And to prove it to ourselves, we came into the call as a Roblox-looking avatar.
Right.
And so we could show that using the same schema or parameterization behind the scenes on something which looks maybe more realistic or a more legacy stylized character, they both can animate and express the same way. And I think that made you also realize that, wow, the same technologies that we build can be applied across all these styles. And that makes it more universal.
Right, so we had this idea, even when we met, that we're going to migrate our avatar system to one that supports any style.
That's right.
And we also had the notion that to do this, just like the experiences on Roblox, we needed a UGC avatar system. We are right in the middle of that right now, right? I think it's only been a month since we started to allow people to build UGC type avatars. But I guess I'm kind of optimistic. Like, how's that going?
Yeah, that is going really well. I think that also brings this unique challenge in Roblox that the styles are all over the spectrum, but then they all have to be interoperable and share a schema that allows you to transition between different experiences with your avatar. And if you are a UGC creator, what we expect from you is build an asset that you like, and then we do the rest. We make the schema that works within the Roblox universe. And that is where a lot of the new innovations in AI have been helping to take something that looks like a mesh with a face and a body and then automatically convert them into a fully animatable, living schema-compliant Roblox avatar.
Okay, so now we'll do a little round the horn on everyone's Roblox avatar today. Where is everyone with your avatar? Are you UGC? Are you custom? Like, what's your avatar look like?
So I have both a UGC avatar, actually a custom avatar,
Yeah.
A blocky style avatar, and a little more Pixar-ish cartoony avatar, which was, was built with the technology internally. It's not out there yet, so it's still work in progress. But the avatars have two styles.
Okay, and how about you, Effie?
I love my avatar.
What does your avatar look
my
like?
avatar looks like me. I feel like it represents myself. It's really creative. It's wearing this really cute cat shoes that I bought in the marketplace, and then I'm wearing this like all white clothing from top to bottom. I feel like it's amazing. Like I can be anyone I want and change
so one
my
of the
shoes.
key parts of that is those cat shoes. No matter whose avatar we have, making them work on your avatar. And so that's when you say schema, I think what we mean is any piece of clothing, any accessory works on any avatar. One of the things we're talking about, and I think we'll go off topic a little, is I think I'm hopeful that ultimately when we go shop for our avatars and for clothing, it's more and more like we're going to Stanford Shopping Center or something, and literally, if we have a favorite brand, we can go into the store for that brand and find what we want. So were you able to find all of the stuff you wanted, or was there any area where you couldn't find what you really wanted for your avatar?
So far, I love fashion. I actually love shoes, dresses, and different colors. So far, it's been fun exploring things on Roblox, but yeah, I'm hoping we'll see more and more. For instance, like I'm from Indonesia, things that Indonesian people create or something that is more unique to where I am.
Yeah, I think that, and that paints the vision, right? If you have a favorite designer or store where you would actually want to shop there, I think we'll know we really made it when you can go shop for your avatar there.
Yeah, exactly. But I love how in real life, for me to show up at work with my cat shoes, that would be pretty awkward. But on Roblox, I can literally hang out with Karan and you with my awesome cat shoes.
Okay, but haven't we said at our all hands meetings that Roblox is a 24/7 costume company?
All right, so tomorrow I'll wear my cat shoes. Do not judge.
That, actually. Okay,
and one more thing I'd just add to that is that recently I had to purchase a suit for myself, and I went and got it custom fitted. So that's an important aspect. It's not just that we can go find clothing brands and styles that we like, but we can actually customize it to fit our avatar. So you might buy a oversized jacket, but if you want it to be tighter fitting, yeah, you can do it. So we're building all these tools to not just lay all these layers on top of each other, but also fit and play well together.
Right.
And just in an avatar, again, talking about my avatar, similar to Kiran, I think I have a playful avatar and I have a work avatar, where in the work avatar, I'm looking for some likeness.
Yeah.
Something where without too much prompting, people know that that's Mahesh. But in the playful avatar, I want people to just know that I like shoes. So, hey, they can just spot me by saying, once they know that I've got that funky shoe, then everybody knows every time that that's me. So,
and I think that likeness is a good hint for where we're going to go later on that show. So right now we've all got avatars. We have ways of creating them. The styles are expanding. Clothing works on every avatar. We can build that avatar. But if we just have those avatars, they're static. Mm-hmm. And one of the things we did with your company, and we're going to do more and more, is rather than putting on a mocap suit, or rather than doing that, using whatever we can, the camera, lip syncing, to bring that avatar to life, more than just what I would do with ASDW, or more what I would do with virtual thumb pads or a game controller. Can you talk a little, Mahesh, about what bringing your avatar to life means?
Yeah, I think this is really critical. The ease of expression and the immediacy of expression is really important. You don't want to be searching for the button to say, hey, I'm happy with what happened.
Right.
You just want to show it. And we just instinctively react when the four of us are sitting here. And so we want that. And the way we are looking at that is, can we capture signals from the user more naturally? Can this camera whatever it's pointing at and however far it goes, can it capture my mannerisms, my emotions, and translate it to my avatar?
That's right. And so, couple highlights: PII compliant, very thoughtful about at what age we would transmit what information, but even at younger ages, there's some information we can use. And so phase one is face.
Yep.
And it actually seems amazing. We are live now with full facial animation, which is absolutely amazing. We've been talking about that for a while. How does that work?
Yeah, so we are, again, behind the scenes, we are tracking from the camera, we are tracking the person's, what we call FACS or facial action coding system, and we are only transmitting these animation curves.
Yep.
So there's no data of the user being transmitted. We are able to take these 50 movements of your face, move it to the cloud, and then we are able to translate it to any avatar you have.
So right now AI is super hot, and everyone's talking about visionary generative AI and synthetic AI. But this is a piece of AI that I like because it's actually been worked on for several years. It's got a lot of hot buzzwords, right? Client side, hyper efficient, client side inference, training, all of that. And it's live in production for millions of people.
Exciting. This is really exciting, and we are looking forward to starting to step back even further. So you've seen the face,
Yeah.
and the next is to get some upper body movement, because you can get body language from your shoulders, the relative positioning of my face, and some of those subtleties. Moving on all the way to maybe I want to stand back and do a dance.
So upper body is interesting, right? Because we just shipped on MetaQuest, yay, so awesome. You can use hand controllers on MetaQuest, and so some of the things you might try to do in the real world, reach, grasp, grab things, it's a lot harder to simulate those hand controllers like right now on an iPad or a PC. So in addition to, I think, one thing that the community might be interested in addition to picking up the body language of that upper body, maybe hint at, whoa, you might actually be able to use that to reach in and pick something up in a virtual world or something, which is really exciting.
Absolutely. I think we can take the 3D space concept and us being in the same experience together to the next level. This will go beyond what you can do in video. Because if I can reach out and say hi-fi to you, or we both can, excellent. We can do it in real life, but soon in Roblox. And if you're able to pass things on, you can imagine the communication. You've seen how, rather than getting on a phone call, if you went for a meeting where you walked together or you had a coffee together, how much more enriching and more engaging it is. So doing things together while communicating can only happen in a platform like ours.
And now that leads to one final thing. On the Roblox Developer Conference, we made 10 predictions for the next 5 years. One of them was that someone would perform live to 1 million people on Roblox. And I think the traditional way that musicians perform live is they put on a mocap suit and they go to a studio for a few days. But that's not what we were talking about, was it?
Yeah, this is again very natural. It's basically again the ease of tracking and transferring to these
So what that
characters.
would look like in real life is literally put a phone up on a tripod and hang out in front of it and do your performance.
And this, there's a lot going on behind the scenes because the camera sees what it can, and there are sections it can't see, and we want to gracefully extend what it can see, and in some cases it might, it has to be pretty robust to lighting and camera shake and
That's right.
Yeah.
And this creates a really interesting opportunity because in traditional immersive video gaming experiences and other experiences, we're always trying to figure out how to manipulate the character. We're trying to figure out with our gamepad or whatever how to do that. As we start to have both of those inputs, and I start to have a mouse and ASDW and an avatar, where we blend movement from ASDW, where we blend movement from your avatar, is going to be very interesting. I'm actually very optimistic, and I think one of the design goals would be not just full body, but movement as well. Could we infer movement? Could you put your phone and gesture where you're going to move? So the AI tech is going to really drive that. Okay, so we've talked about having a great avatar. We've talked about controlling the movement of it so it looks real. But now we have to start communicating. And we did something very interesting in the last year or two as we started to introduce voice on Roblox. How's that been going, Effie?
Yeah, it's super exciting. It's actually a different kind of voice product than the typical products that people use today. It's spatial voice.
Yeah.
It's really exciting because it's like 3D. You know, when I want to talk to you, I kind of approach you, and then when I call you from far away, I increase my voice so you can hear me, and then I can whisper in the background if I just want to say something really quick. And it's really cool because there is no awkwardness with like Zoom breakout or like 2D breakout rooms. You're not just talking to a tile on the screen, but it's actually making you feel like you are in the same room, even when you're far apart. And to me, you know, personally, it means a lot because I talk to my family and friends so far away other side of the world. And it's tough doing it over the phone line because it feels very flat, and it doesn't feel like we are in the same space. But with spatial voice, you will feel like you're in the same space together, even like going to concerts. You can whisper in the background in a concert, or you can yell together, sing together. Yeah, so yeah, that's spatial voice.
You're highlighting something really interesting that I feel we take for granted in the real world, and that is the physics of the way audio works and N-squared fall off and the way sound works. It allows us to go to a concert with 100,000 people, get close and hear what my friend is saying, hear the roar of the crowd, and then hear the big speakers up front. And that is impossible to do on a video screen with a lot of squares. It also, as you mentioned with your family, I think creates serendipity. So then something gets really complicated here, and this is a bit of a visionary thing. In physical reality, we can all be chatting in 3D, and then my phone can ring, and I can still talk to my friends at the same time. Is there a metaphor for that in immersive experiences?
Absolutely. In fact, that's what makes our spatial voice so special, because you're not bounded by physical limitation, real world limitation. Like you can be in a concert, the concert example. You and I can be hanging out at the concert, and then Mahesh can call me from other side of the world, and then I can go to the back and talk to Mahesh, and even tell Mahesh, hey Mahesh, did you hear what the artist is singing? So truly, you can move from one space to another without having to be constrained with the physical bounds.
Yeah, and I think you're hinting at maybe a very elegant future for immersive 3D environments, which is the support of both 3D spatial communication as well as the communication we might do on a phone or
That's
something like that.
And in fact, we also have the APIs that the audio team just released that can do exactly what you just mentioned, which is use the APIs for, have a walkie-talkie simulation in a spatial world. And so you can be at a concert, have a walkie-talkie, talking to your friends, and all of what you think is needed for spatial togetherness while having the ability to communicate with someone who is not spatially there.
We've actually been very deliberate and gentle in our rollout of voice, and we've actually been very careful. We started with ID validated users. We've backed into certain levels of validation. I think our audience knows why, but can you share?
Yeah, absolutely. And going back to the foundations of future of communication, how we think about communication on Roblox is the first two you've covered, which is the first one being like real world with spatial voice. Second one was without being limited by physical boundaries. The third one is something that is so unique. And to me, this is why I feel like I'm so proud of being part of Roblox, because we're keeping our promise for safety and civility. And that's so unique to us because we don't just get things out there ASAP. Instead, we take the deliberate approach. We want to make sure our community is safe. And that results in two things. First one is we're taking a couple years till today to roll it out broadly to US phone verified users as well as users in majority English countries. We have millions of people using spatial voice every day. And then on the second one is we're using AI tech to scale. And this is so much fun for me to work on. It brings my passion on AI as well as actually helping people connect in a civil manners. And the latest launch we had was real-time voice toxicity detection. It's a really hard problem. I don't think anybody else has solved it other than us. And we use it in such an elegant way that we're detecting things in real time, and then we remind people to be civil. So the thesis behind it is we don't want to just punish people, moderate people, but actually when we start detecting probable abuse, we want to start educating people so that they have a chance to reform.
So this is a really big unpack, and it's really interesting. There's a cost thing here going on, and Roblox has a fairly large infrastructure, hundreds of thousands of servers around the world that are supporting 3D simulation. The challenge I feel from the safety team is, can we run inference on that same grid and run it at high performance? And it sounds like we have. We're doing it very cost effectively. The other thing is a user interface paradigm of how this would work. And I'm wondering if I can share the anecdote I had recently. So we built our Roblox office simulation, and so I do all of my one-on-ones in Monday in Roblox Office. So I have various meetings with my avatar using voice. We're in a special conference room. We hang out and do things. And I was having a one-on-one meeting with one of the executives in the company. And we were getting very excited about something, like really excited. So I did the WTF and like high five, and all of a sudden, got this nice little, hey, heads up, and the reason was at that point, our Roblox office is running in a public square level of moderation. It's running at the civility standard of a place on Roblox, and like, I could tell, oh my gosh, this wasn't acceptable. Can you comment on that? And will we someday be able to swear in Roblox Office when we turn it into more private mode? Like, I think we will.
Yeah, so for safety and civility, it's always context aware depending on where you are, whether you are one-to-one, private, public space, as well as the age rating of the experience. So when you are in 17 plus, you can say more things than when you are in all ages space. And when you are in private mode, we respect your privacy. With consent and verification. So that's definitely part of our principles in building the product.
Okay, cool. So I think you're highlighting one of the complexities of building a platform that people of all ages use is spreading that kind of personalized, appropriate level of civility at all places. But it was an amazing show off of our technology. It was one of the more unexpected things. And then we've mentioned that there's organic behavior that's starting to come out of voice, things that we didn't initially expect. And so when we started layering, like a lot of technologies for 3D immersive, the hope is you build it as a utility at high performance, and then you see unexpected things like people using it for education or people using it for concerts. Can you share what we've seen on voice in that area?
So my favorite example is the NCT 127 K-pop meet and greet. It's so much fun. I watched several videos. There are so many videos online, and it's about this famous Korean band getting on Roblox, and then people all around the world, they get to meet them. You don't have to be where they are. And then they started saying, hey, repeat after me. And everybody was repeating after them. And it was just like, I felt I was there. It was insane. Yeah, that was my favorite example.
So that feeling of being there, I think our thesis would be in certain situations in immersive 3D with that level of communication, starting to get that feeling. And when people have that feeling, we'll start seeing people communicate in more and more diverse ways in this tech.
Yeah, exactly.
Super cool. Okay, and then so we touched a little on AI on the safety side. We touched a little on AI on the movement side. So secretly on the movement side, we're running high perf inference. Every client right now, in the midst of so much excitement around AI, there's a whole excitement around generative AI. And we all know someday, whether it's for fashion, I think for fashion, we used to think what would be really cool is simulating Project Runway with a digital sewing machine and digital cloth and mannequins. I think we're starting to think even well beyond that now, that some fashion designers will design purely by verbal prompt. And they'll say, I'd like a sweater, I'd like it dark blue, I'd like the collar to be a tab collar, and kind of build in that way. On Avatar, we hinted earlier on the notion that people are going to want both a infinite number of avatar styles. I might want to be, pick your favorite style that's out there from a movie, from a video game, or more realistic, but they might want to look more like themselves as well. And so that's something we're working on that's really exciting. It almost goes to some of the early research you were doing. Can you share a bit about that, Kiran?
Yeah, that's a topic that is in very active R&D within the company. And you brought up two really interesting points. One is the number of styles that we want our users to experience. That should be limitless.
Yeah.
And then the identity, bringing elements of yourself into the style, but doing it safely.
Yep.
So there's the safety aspect of generative AI, which is a foundational piece of the version that we are building, which is the 3D generative AI, which is safe.
Yep.
And then the flexibility of styles. And so there's a proliferation of Gen AI in the 2D space, with Stable Diffusion being a primary source of inspiration. And then there's been techniques like ControlNet, which is co-invented by somebody at ROBLOX, which allows people to create a lot of content in 2D.
Yep.
But that has not yet translated into 3D. And the research community has done a number of interesting approaches for 3D generative AI, nerfs and other examples come to mind. But none of those techniques are ready for use in an actual game engine, let alone being useful for avatars. So we are at some level at a cutting edge of 3D generative AI for avatars, because avatars bring another level of complexity. It's you, so you have to identify it as a user. It has to move correctly, so it's not a static thing, and it has to be rendered. It has to relight correctly if you take the avatar from one experience to other. So everything that makes 2D Stable Diffusion type outputs look really beautiful because it has lighting baked in and what have you, won't work in 3D. So
well, I think this is really actually nice to hear, because there's so many entrepreneurs out there trying to solve the generative 3D problem. And I know, hearing from you that this is a very difficult problem, maybe actually is helpful to them. It's not just text and then image. The jump to 3D is rather significant.
Phenomenally hard.
And the reminder there is that when we think of an avatar, don't think of it as the skin on the surface. The avatar has all of this muscle, joints inside. That's what brings it to life. And that's the really hard problem. So when we talk about generative AI here for 3D, we are building a skin or the outer mesh and texture, but we are also building the entire rig or musculature.
Right. Technically, inside our avatars, there are joints, there are bones, there are things controlling the face muscles, all of that. And so getting to 3D is not the final step.
That's right. And we are approaching it in two steps, right? One is, building the avatars and then the accessories. So those are sort of combined together. But even to get there, we are rolling out technologies to our UGC first, where the UGC creators can input meshes. So they give us meshes, and then we do the rest. We build the musculature and the rigs and everything. So that is one way of getting more 3D data.
I think that's an elegant decomposition of the problem, arguably, and definitely artists today can make amazing avatars. As you mentioned, those avatars do not have all of the physical characteristics that can swap them into a real-time environment.
That's right.
So I think what I've heard here is there's one very difficult problem, which is 2D to 3D. There's a second very difficult problem, which is 3D to physically simulated 3D with fax controls that we can do. And we have to do both of those.
Exactly. And I think both of those can happen in parallel.
That's right.
And our strategy has been to open up this second piece, which is going from a mesh to an animatable avatar, which is by itself one of the hardest things to do as an artist. We are automating that.
And I'm extremely excited about that because it does mean for the traditional crafting mode, those avatars will automatically be ingested into Roblox and be able.
And just imagine the fact that we are able to automate that means they're all interoperable as well.
That's right.
Because now you might build a very stylized creature and you might go build a realistic head, but both of them can be driven by the same technologies we have.
That's correct.
So that's pretty powerful.
And one other aspect of all of these sort of auto rigging, as we call it, is or auto setup of avatars. It comes with all the pieces of the schema that allows you to apply any accessories on these avatars. So you build a shell, right, and then all of a sudden it is alive and is ready for any kind of accessorization within the platform. So that's the combinatorial explosion of content that we can enable by having all these different pieces be independent, but a UGC can bring a piece of content in and it works across all the combinations. Right. And the second step, of course, is can you also automate the process of creating these shells from prompts or photographs?
Well, the prompt thing is really interesting because prompts are right now the ChatGPT line and what people think of that. I think when we think of prompts, ultimately it's going to be somewhat unlimited, right? It's going to be text, it's going to be a selfie of yourself. It could even be a snapshot of something you like or a hand sketch, all of that. So it's exciting to imagine kind of any set of or collection of prompts to help build your avatar.
That's right. And I think the collection of prompts are the input to a system that can translate the prompts into a style, which in turn can be projected, right, lifted into 3D, as we call it. And so there are two logical steps here, going from prompts to something that is an internal representation of a style, and then from the style to a 3D output, and then from the 3D output to an avatar.
Which is a three-way decomposition.
Three-way decomposition.
Okay, so now as we start to wrap this up, and so we've done kind of a whirlwind tour here, for a closing thought, which I was thinking about, imagining it's X number of years in the future, we have just so much computing power that 3D immersive simulation is a solved problem, almost like you might say word processing is a solved problem today. Like, most word processors have enough compute power and they work the way. And then we were all picking our avatars. I think it brings up an interesting question of, would we want to have a photorealistic, exactly the same avatar? Would we go to one of our favorite designers and have a designer avatar? Would we use one of our favorite movie characters? Would we create our own? What is everyone thinking about? Like, I'm kind of imagining I would have something photorealistic, but like a little cool movie adjustment to it or something. So I'd look really cool or something like a movie star. And it's almost like when you take that best selfie, you know how you have 100 or 200 selfies, one of them is just like, oh yeah, like that's the one I like. So I'm kind of thinking like I would have that. Are you thinking photorealistic? Or are you thinking cartoony? Or where do you think you would go?
The best part is we don't have to decide for our users. We give them all the choices.
Yeah.
And we give them an easy way to intuitively create what they're thinking of. Because it's not enough just to have the power to create it, it has to be easy and intuitive on how you build it. And I can see a world where you have multiple personas depending on the situation. You go into a work setting, you have something which matches your likeness, a little bit more formally dressed maybe, and then you go with your friends, and it's, you know, it's party attire.
Nice.
And you're maybe a creature. So I think we will enable all.
Okay, so you'll have several likenesses. Cool.
Yes.
Effie, how about you?
The creation piece excites me the most because that's where I feel like everybody can create and people can collaborate. So that's going to be awesome because a lot of people, only some people can create and distribute their creations to a lot of people. But guess what? Imagine if everybody in the world, they can be connected and build things together. If I can collaborate with my niece somewhere in Indonesia and then we can build shoes together and you can buy our shoes and then it's beyond what's possible physically. I think personally I would still look like me, but I think I will be a lot more creative in terms of what I wear.
Got it. So the co-creation of who you are, actually, it would be done with others as well.
Yeah, exactly.
Cool. Okay,
Yeah,
Kieran?
I think two answers. One is for a professional type setting. I think it is still a great challenge to hit the photoreal avatar bar. I think we should, as a technology initiative, we will continue working on reaching that bar without hitting the uncanny valley problem, especially if you have to have this running on all kinds of devices, mid-range, low-end devices. So getting that technical capability to build something that truly looks like you, moves like you, behaves like you, that your grandmother can connect with. And I mean, so that is one axis I think is an important direction for us to continue working on 10 years down as well. And the other axis I think is, what my kids would love me to be if I have to hang out with them, and that might be a very playful version, as you said. So both the axes are important. I think the thing with these generative models is that it gives us a window into building avatars that we can iteratively refine and be with different signals, prompts, and having the context of what you've liked before to help build new content for you is another very powerful aspect of this journey.
Super exciting, and you just triggered a fun idea for me of what is the dad optimized avatar. Like now I got to think about that one a lot. Great. Well, thank you so much for all of you for together painting this picture really of the next step in digital communication. It's been wonderful to have you all on the show.
Yeah, thank you, Dave.
Thank you, Dave.
Thank you for having us.
Yeah, okay. So, hey, this is Dave Bazuki. This is Tech Talks. We get together often to discuss the future of technology at Roblox. Join us next time. Thank you. This is the week to take that imagination, put it into code, put it into a demo, and actually have the rest of the company see that vision. You have enough people on this group to make all this possible.
They're not gonna disqualify us, right?
Oh my gosh. Okay. There's still a lot to do today.
We're all tired. I feel a lot of pressure right now.
It works!
This was really compelling. The impact would be massive.
This is the most difficult judging we've ever done.
I've been told by the judges that they've made their decisions.
When we roll back the clock and we look at our original business plan from Roblox over 16 years ago, even at that time, it imagines the future of connection and communication. We've seen that vision get richer and come to life as we've grown, and many of the projects that we're going to see in Hack Week are taking that vision to the next level.
In the future, we expect all materials in Roblox to behave like they do in the real world. In the future, you'll be able to see what your friends are doing in their experiences live.
In the future, creators will be able to monetize on Roblox in any way they like.
I often find myself looking at the real world through this lens of simulation. When I see some interesting natural phenomena, I think about how could we actually simulate that inside of a computer. Going into Hack Week, I'm excited to bring my passion for physics simulation to push the boundaries of what we can simulate within Roblox.
What really drives me is putting out what I think is the best possible user experience. There's part of it that's putting out really good tech, but then going one step further and saying, how do we get to the best possible experience that meets the needs of creators, the needs of our users, and the needs of Roblox?
At the age of 14, I discovered Roblox. It was a way to kind of escape from regular high school things and just talk to people that were also making games on the platform. And then over the years, I became part of this community of developers. And now that I'm working at Roblox, I'm able to give back to that community.
Welcome everyone to end of year 2023 Hack Week kickoff. We have a pretty clear and concise vision. We are trying to build a 3D simulated reality communication connection platform that runs everywhere and that scales. And the scale we're working at is enormous. We're going to build a bunch of cool prototypes. They'll all have up to a 3-minute video. And something new this year, we are all judges.
So this year we opened up Hack Week to all employees at Roblox, and I definitely see just a much wider range of ideas being represented.
The other part about this Hack Week that's so gratifying is we get to bring 6 different cross-functional teams together that rarely get to team up.
There's a lot of new people on our team, and we had a lot of new viewpoints to bring.
This year's Hack Week is different because this is the first time we are allowing unhacks to participate. So instead of doing something crazy, you can do something that is very useful.
Most of my peers are participating in Hack Week, and most are actually participating in Hack Week with people on completely different teams.
Our Hack Week project came out of a reading group that we do here at Roblox, where we all get together and read a technical paper. Over the summer, Brian, who's on our team, suggested we read a paper that described how they did snow simulation for one of the biggest animated movies of all time. And we got together after reading that and thought, could we actually do this in Roblox? Our project's called Snowblocks, and the vision is to be able to have a massive snowball fight with your friends in Roblox. But the twist is that we're gonna have high fidelity physics on these snowballs. We have to simulate how the snow interacts with itself, with the player. We have to be able to render the snow. And each one of these tasks, I would say, is a Hack Week project on its own, and we're trying to accomplish all of them in a single week.
We announced subscriptions with an experience at this year's RDC, and after the session, we were actually really surprised by the number of asset and tool creators who are coming up to our booth and asking us, when would this be available to them? And the more we dug into it, we realized that it would make for kind of an interesting Hack Week project between economy and creator. The goal is to have somebody who's passionate about creating assets and tools be able to say, I can make a living out of this. And when we have that, we're suddenly in a place where the overall quality and diversity of tools at the disposal of other creators is just that much richer.
I think a big piece to Roblox is the social aspect. I think that's why people play Roblox. That's why I got into Roblox. The idea is essentially if you have friends online, you're able to press onto their profile, and instead of just bringing up they're playing a game, it'll actually show a full spectator view of what they're actually doing in the experience. And from that view, you're able to join in that game. Or if you have other friends online, you can actually swipe to the next user and just see exactly what they're doing and spectate them. And you can keep doing that until you find something that looks interesting to you and just join on that user. It's definitely the best Hack Week idea that I've worked on. The idea is exciting, and as long as that's exciting, it's at least worth trying to do.
And then we're gonna do linear elasticity first.
Pick like a really expensive single purchase price. Pick like $200 or something. Okay, I feel like that is a value add upgrade.
I guess on the engineering side, where are we currently?
I think Hack Week takes some real thoughtful understanding of what's possible to build in a week. Building optimally something that captures the vision of what needs to be done doesn't have to be fully shippable. This is the week to take that imagination, put it into code, put it into a demo, and actually have the rest of the company see that vision. So this is the week to show it.
I think we've hit this physics wall.
There's still a lot to do today.
So you find what you like and then you just jump in.
If they implemented it, immediately it will have an impact on the business.
I feel a lot of pressure right now.
So it's Tuesday, day 3. We got so much done yesterday, but there's still a lot to do today.
Feeling a little bit stressed. I didn't get great sleep last night because I had so many ideas running through my head.
Day 3 of Hack Week. Unfortunately, my status update today is that I have COVID. The good news is that the rest of my team, they were able to take tests this morning. They're all negative. I think we've hit this physics wall, just hooking up the snow physics into the rest of the simulation.
The biggest problem is the load times. It just does not feel really seamless right now.
We have to hook up the entire front end to the back end. There's a lot that's going to get done, but we're really excited to get started.
So we're working on a feature called ROBLOX Live, which is a new way to live spectate experiences and immersive.
That's a really good name, by the way.
Yeah.
Nice. So many ways you could do live, right?
So
where are you going with
everyone has video, right?
Yeah.
But what Roblox could do differently is actually have that 3D space. Like you can move
absolutely
and interact with that 3D space, right?
Corey's team project has been a fantasy of ours for so long, which is the ability in real time in 3D to go in and spectate. So you find what you like and then you just jump in.
Yep.
Do you have enough people on this group to make all this possible?
Hey, Manuel.
How's it going here?
Good. So we are building subscriptions for assets and tools for plugins. So for the
creator
asset
marketplace.
and tools creator marketplace.
Nice. Did you talk to any creators? Are they excited?
We actually had an interesting find after talking to creators of seeing, hey, what other ecosystems are doing this today? Are they giving them any means to recurring revenue? And actually none of our competitors are doing this right now on any other asset source.
First of all, I love the fact that you're reusing stuff that we have already built. That's always a good thing. But also take cues from other business models and apply them to this one. It's great innovation. When I think about innovation, it can take so many flavors, right? You can innovate on technology, you can innovate on design. There's always something new, there's always something that we have not thought about. And in this particular case, what Shumin's team is doing that is super exciting is that they're actually taking a business problem and solving for it. And I do think that it's super cool when you see something that you know that if they implemented it, immediately it will have an impact on the business. So I'm very excited about that. So are you gonna be done on time?
We hope so.
We're onboarding someone into Engine right now, so
But we're hoping we'll be done in time.
We'll make it work.
Hey, how's it going? How's your project?
Probably the biggest technical challenge is just to get the physics right. And if you have single unit conversion off, the whole thing explodes.
So you know we're trying to do snow.
I heard you wanted to do snow.
Okay, so now it's snow, and now you can drag it around, and it will fracture.
It's cool.
Follow you along.
And are you going to get the snowballs? You said you want to get the snowballs.
Eric, what do you think?
Yeah, we'll definitely get this. We'll definitely get the snowballs.
Okay.
That's going in the video.
I view Hack Week as a time for me just to see all the awesome ideas that are out there. I really liked the snow in particular because I thought it was very true to the way Roblox works and kind of our principles in our engine of just adding one more physical property type and then seeing what our creators do with it.
I just saw 3 amazing projects. The bar is very high for them to succeed. I think it's going to take everything. It's going to take amazing innovation, a great demo, vision to the future, and showing it off well in a 3-minute video.
It is 6:30 on day 4 of Hack Week, our last day to get our deliverable out the door. Stay tuned. I think today is going to be a busy day.
This is the final day we have to get everything ready and submit our video, which is due at midnight.
I feel a lot of pressure right now. We are prioritizing certain things, and I'm not sure if that's what we should be prioritizing. And I guess you can't really know until you see what people think, but that's how I'm feeling in the final day. Also, today's just kind of gross right now. It's just pouring rain. Just sitting in my car and it's just very sad and rainy. I mean, I think that's the biggest problem. And the camera, some reason it's taking forever for them to spectate a user as well. We're a little behind and there's a lot more that we could be doing. So I could see us being here pretty late.
John and I are going to work on trying to get the appearance of the particles maybe a little bit more consistent with our existing snow.
I got snow to smash, and it actually looks like snow.
That's a huge update.
All right.
Okay.
We're at T-minus 12 hours to get everything wrapped up. We're kind of in full-on creative mode right now, getting things to look more snow-like, so that's a huge challenge.
No. I actually think at this point we may not have enough time. We have a lot to get done. We basically discovered in our stand-up today that we have every single screen recording left to do, and we actually need to get studio built as well. So
We're a little stressed.
Why did we add all of? Oh, you're just making it false. Okay.
Yeah, I don't. If anything, that should make it load faster. I don't understand. I removed the lighting, the check that we.
But this, I mean,
but it doesn't seem like it's really making.
This doesn't make a difference. As is the case with many projects, everything goes great until the very last minute.
I think tonight's gonna be hectic.
인스파이어 2024년 워크샵 소울스 RNG의 개발 히스토리에 오신 것을 환영합니다. 올해 저희 워크샵 진행을 맡아주신 네 분을 소개드리기 전에 이번 워크숍 진행 방향을 소개드리려고 하는데요. 중간에 퀴즈 2개가 준비되어 있으니 QR코드를 스캔하신 다음에 1분 동안 주어지는 시간 동안 질문들을 답해주시면 저희 워크숍에서 진행되는 퀘스트들을 진행하심으로써 스페이스 카우보이 모자들을 받으실 수 있는 기회를 얻으실 수 있습니다. 그래서 저희 발표가 끝나고 나면 Q&A도 준비되어 있으니 그때 질문들을 답변하도록 하겠습니다. 그러면 솔팀에게 넘겨드릴게요.
네, 안녕하세요. 저는 소스 RNG에서 개발자로 일하고 있는 XC라고 합니다. 오늘 이 자리에서 소스 RNG의 역사와 애프터 콘텐츠에 대해 발표하게 되어 매우 기쁩니다. 간단하게 이번 발표의 목차를 설명해 드리겠습니다. 첫 번째로 저희 팀이 어떻게 구성되었는지와 두 번째로 저희 게임의 소개와 역사를, 세 번째로 게임 운영 및 개발을 하면서 느낀 점을, 네 번째로 저희가 향후 추가할 컨텐츠를, 마지막으로 여러분들이 저희 발표에 대해 궁금하신 점에 대한 Q&A를 진행할 예정입니다. 자, 그럼 첫 번째로 저희 팀이 어떻게 구성되어 있는지 개발팀 소개를 시작하도록 하겠습니다. 첫 번째로 오너팀입니다. XYZ님과 악시스님으로 구성되어 있으며 게임 개발을 총괄하고 있습니다. 두 번째로는 스크립터팀입니다. 저와 후츠님, 워드님, 추메리님으로 구성되어 있으며 게임 기능을 개발하고 유지보수를 하는 역할을 합니다. 세 번째로 빌더팀입니다. 골드 옥토퍼스님과 노바님으로 구성되어 있으며 전체적인 맵 개발과 모델 개발을 담당합니다. 마지막으로는 디자이너팀입니다. 솔지님과 다룰님으로 구성되어 있으며 UI에서 사용되는 이미지 에셋을 제작하거나 게임에서 사용될 아우라들을 제작합니다. 이렇게 간단하게 팀 소개를 마치도록 하겠습니다. 다음은 후추님이 게임 소개와 역사를 발표해 주실 겁니다.
안녕하세요. 저는 후추라고 하고 이번에 게임 소개와 역사의 발표를 맡게 되었습니다. 소스 RNG는 다양한 아우라를 수집하는 것을 목표로 하는 게임인데요. 플레이어는 반복적인 뽑기를 통해서 더욱더 희귀한 아우라를 뽑고 게임 내에서 행운 수치를 높이기 위해서 다양한 장비나 포션 제작, 떠돌이 상점, NPC와 거래를 할 수 있습니다. 일부 아우라는 특정 생물군계의 바이옴에서만 더 높은 확률로 얻을 수 있거나 가끔 한정판 아우라나 아이템을 지급하는 이벤트가 개최됩니다. 아래는 상시 획득 가능한 아우라 오버추어이고 오른쪽은 여름 이벤트에서 한정판으로 얻을 수 있는 타이드 건틀릿입니다. 소스 RNG의 탄생을 소개해드리겠습니다. 평소 RNG 게임을 즐겨하던 에픽 소리 개발자 친구들과 함께 언네임드 RNG라는 게임을 제작했습니다. 초기에는 그저 친구들끼리 즐기기 위해 만든 단순한 시뮬레이션 게임이었는데요. 기어, 포션, 바이옴, 그리고 인벤토리 등은 존재하지 않았고 아래 사진과 같은 아우라들밖에 없었습니다. 우측 하단의 사진이 완전 개발 초기 버전의 모습이었습니다. 본격적인 개발이 시작된 때가 있습니다. 이렇게 UI 및 VFX 개발자이신 53XC님과 스크립트를 하신 워드님과 XC님이 들어오시고 커뮤니티 관리와 아이디어 뱅크의 담당으로 54XYZ님이 참여하여 대규모 리워크를 진행하였고 게임 이름을 언네임드 RNG에서 소스 RNG로 교체하고 본격적인 게임 개발이 시작되었습니다. 아래 사진과 같이 이때 다양한 아이템, 아우라, 바이옴, 그리고 시스템들이 추가되었습니다. 게임을 오픈하고 게임을 체험하는 플레이어분들이 많이 들어와 주시면서 디스코드 커뮤니티를 이때 개설하게 되었습니다. 그리고 오른쪽은 그때 새로 당시 만들어진 커뮤니티에서 소통하는 유저분들의 모습입니다. 예기치 못한 성장. 준수한 게임 퀄리티와 이미 있던 장르였지만 기존 RNG 게임에 없던 독보적인 컨텐츠 덕분에 유튜버들의 관심도 증가하고 500만 유튜버 스케치님 같은 분들도 게임 플레이를 해주시면서 엄청난 홍보 효과도 받았습니다. 연쇄적으로 로블록스 내의 알고리즘에 선택되어 메인 페이지에 노출되고 게임 사용자가 기하급수적으로 증가하였고 사진처럼 2월을 기점으로 게임이 급격하게 성장하였습니다. 지금의 소스 RNG입니다. 지금의 소스 RNG는 아래에 있는 챌린지급 아우라, 오퍼레이션 같은 아우라들을 출시하고 현재 많은 사람들에게 인정받는 초대형 게임으로 성장했습니다. 로블록스 내에 정말 많은 RNG 게임을 탄생하게 만든 근원이 되었으며 2024년 로블록스의 혁신 어워드에서 최고의 새 게임 후보로도 지정되었습니다. 항상 감사하게 생각하는 유저들을 만족시키기 위해서 지금도 꾸준한 업데이트로 팀원 모두 바쁜 나날을 보내고 있습니다. 다음으로 워드님이 깜짝 퀴즈를 내실 겁니다. 감사합니다.
네, 안녕하세요. 워드입니다. 이번에 깜짝 퀴즈와 소울스 RNG를 개발, 운영하면서 느낀 점 발표를 맡게 되었습니다. 잠깐 발표를 잘 보고 계신지 중간 점검을 해볼게요. 다음 중 소울스 RNG를 처음 개발하기 시작한 개발자의 유저네임은 옳은 것은 뭘까요? 네, 아까 발표를 잘 들으셨으면 맞출 수 있겠죠.
네, 지금 표시되고 있는 QR코드 스캔해서 정답 올려주실 수 있습니다.
네.
네, 시간이 다 된 것 같은데요. 어떤 답변 올려주시는지
정답은 4번이죠. 네, 다음으로 넘어갈게요. 이제 저희가 소울스 RNG를 개발 그리고 운영하면서 느낀 점에 대해 얘기해 드릴게요. 먼저 좋았던 점인데요. 게임 업데이트 공지에 대한 뜨거운 반응. 저희 공식 디스코드 커뮤니티에 공지를 올리거나 스닉픽을 올릴 때 항상 뜨겁게 반응해 주시는 유저분들 때문에 좋았던 것 같아요. 그리고 점점 성장하는 게임 규모를 보면서 느껴지는 뿌듯함. 게임의 컨텐츠, 기능들을 추가하면서 게임의 규모가 커지는 것을 보며 뿌듯함을 느꼈습니다. 또 RNG라는 장르를 유행시켰다는 커다란 달성감이 있는데요. 기존에도 RNG 장르가 없던 것은 아니었지만 저희의 소울스 RNG로 인해서 로블록스의 RNG 장르의 게임들이 생겨나는 것을 보고 참 뿌듯했던 것 같습니다. 그리고 여러 사람들과 공동으로 같이 작업을 하면서 서로에게 배우는 점이 많았던 것 같아요. 전문가들의 개발 환경도 경험할 수 있었던 것 같고, 그 다음으로 힘들었던 점인데요. 이건 모든 게임 개발자분들이 느끼실 감정이겠죠. 계속해서 업데이트를 진행하며 유저들을 만족시켜야 한다는 압박감이 있었던 것 같습니다.
자, 안녕하세요. 54XYZ입니다. 제가 오늘 맡은 파트는 오늘의 발표의 하이라이트라고 생각할 수도 있는 바로 애프터 콘텐츠, 앞으로 출시될 저희 콘텐츠에 관해서 간단히 소개를 드리는 자리를 갖도록 하겠습니다. 자, 먼저 게임의 대규모 리워크입니다. 다가오는 에라 9 업데이트에서 저희는 비주얼 그리고 시스템적인 요소를 개편하기 위해서 게임을 전체적으로 리워크할 예정입니다. 대표적인 작업으로는 맵 구조 정리, UI 개편, 아우라 재작업, 스크립트 최적화 등이 있는데요. 해당 업데이트를 통해서 유저들은 한층 더 성장한 저희 게임을 경험할 수 있고, 개발자들은 다음 개발 시간을 단축시켜서 더 풍부한 업데이트를 선보일 수 있게 될 예정입니다. 또한 에라 9 업데이트에서는 에라 8 그리고 0.5 에라에서 출시되지 못한 수많은 아우라들과 콘텐츠들이 함께 출시될 예정인데요. 역대 업데이트 중 가장 중요한 업데이트가 될 것이라고 믿는 만큼 정말 신중하고 그리고 철저하게 준비 중인 에라입니다. 두 번째로는 세계관 스토리에 대한 내용입니다. 제가 정말 심혈을 기울여서 써내려가고 있는 저희 소울스 RNG의 스토리에 관련된 내용인데요. 기본적으로 질서와 혼돈 세력의 대립 구조를 가지고 그 속에서 여러 아우라들의 상호작용 스토리를 연결시키면서 아우라를 단순한 치장용 아이템이 아닌 스토리가 담긴 하나의 캐릭터로 만들려고 합니다. 소울스 RNG를 열정적으로 플레이해주시는 많은 플레이어분들과 이런 의견들을 나누면서 하나의 커다란 세계관을 만들고자 하는 저희 바람으로부터 시작된 콘텐츠입니다. 에라 10에서는 이런 스토리 관련된 콘텐츠들이 출시될 예정인데요. 관련돼서 제한된 콘텐츠로는 스토리텔링 NPC, 보스레이드, 팀게임 콘텐츠, 시네마틱 영상, 그리고 퍼즐 기믹을 통한 레이싱 콘텐츠들이 있습니다. 세 번째로는 아우라 상호작용 기능인데요. 스킬과는 별개로 아우라와 맵, 바이옴, NPC 또는 아우라끼리의 상호작용 요소를 추가해 나가려고 합니다. 리스트된 내용이 몇 가지 있긴 하지만 이건 아직 확정된 요소가 아니기 때문에 아래 참고 사진 2개를 보는 걸로 대신하도록 하겠습니다. 이 첫 번째 사진은 오블리비언의 채팅 상호작용 기능인데요. 지금 인게임에도 만날 수 있는 그 채팅에 컴다운이라고 치면은 NPC가 내려오는 그런 기능이죠. 두 번째로는 하이퍼월드와 반응하는 마법진. 저희 맵 동굴 안쪽 깊은 곳에 마법진을 볼 수 있는데요. 향후 추가될 콘텐츠로 이 하이퍼볼트가 마법진과 반응하면 주변 촛불이 켜지는 그런 기능이 추가될 예정입니다. 약간 이스터에그와 같은 콘텐츠 요소로서 직접 찾아가는 재미를 주는 그런 느낌이죠. 마지막으로는 월드2 계획에 대한 내용입니다. 월드2는 콘텐츠의 가로적인 확장 개념인데요. 좁은 월드에 하나의 콘텐츠를 몰아넣는 게 쉽지 않기 때문에 월드를 확장시킴으로써 콘텐츠의 스케일과 다양성을 키우는 전략이다. 바이옴의 상위급 개념으로도 볼 수 있겠습니다. 자, 제 발표를 잘 들어주셨는지 워드님이 다시 한번 깜짝 퀴즈로 체크를 하도록 하겠습니다.
자, 마지막 깜짝 퀴즈인데요. 다음 중 혼돈 세력 아우라로 올바르지 않은 것은 뭘까요? 이것도 아까 발표도 잘 들으셨으면 맞출 수 있겠죠? 이거는 위키에서 검색도 하실 수 있습니다.
워드님, 시청자분들이 답변해 주시는 동안 질문 드리고 싶은데요. 아우라 이름들은 어떻게 꾸미셨나요?
아, 이거는 저 말고 다른 분들이 대답해 주셔야 할 것 같은데요.
제가 대답하도록 하겠습니다.
그 점이 가장 힘들었거든요. 아무래도 업데이트를 하고 난 다음에 버그 같은 게 생기게 되면은 뭔가 심각한 버그가 좀 많이 나왔었어요. 초반에 업데이트할 때. 그래서 이거를 서로 팀워크를 해가지고 누가 이걸 만들었는지 먼저 파악을 하고 그 사람한테 고치라고 해야 되는데 그냥 너 때문에 이거 생겼지, 너 때문에 저 버그 생겼네 하면서 저희끼리 싸우기가 바빠가지고 대처도 늦어지고 그랬었는데 지금은 이제 잘 팀워크가 좀 주기 맞게 착착 잘 돌아가가지고 괜찮은 것 같습니다. 그때는 진짜 그거 진짜 힘들었어요.
모든 대단한 스튜디오 분들이 많이 겪는 그런 상황인 것 같네요. 그러면 다음 질문인데요. 여러분들은 어떻게 서로 인연이 되어서 지금의 소울스 RNG 팀을 모을 수 있었나요? 매우 궁금해 하시는 분들이 많습니다.
이거는 제가 질문을 답할게요. 저희는 이 소울스 RNG를 개발하기 전부터 친분이 있던 사이예요. 네, 그래서 개발자들 모을 때 친분 있는 사람들끼리 개발하기 시작한 거예요.
그러시군요. 그러면 그 다음으로 소울스에서 생각하는 성공 비결이란 무엇인가요?
제가 발표드리도록 하겠습니다. 아무래도 이 유튜브 커뮤니티를 통해서 저희가 홍보를 많이 받았다고 볼 수 있는데요. 아까 그 저희 성장 과정에서 후추님이 말해주신 대로 그 스케치님의 유튜브 영상도 있었고 이제 한국인 유튜버 중에서도 한국인이 만든 게임하고 이렇게 유튜브 영상들을 많이 만들어 주셨거든요. 그 과정에서 유저들이 많이 유입되면서 저희 게임이 이렇게 커지지 않았나 저는 그렇게 생각합니다. 그리고 또 이제 거기에 더해서 저희가 이제 로블록스의 메인 페이지에 점점 노출이 되기 시작하면서 다양한 그 로블록스 유저들이 저희 게임을 방문하게 됐고 그러면서 저희 게임이 진짜 기하급수적으로 커지지 않았나 저는 생각합니다.
네, 감사합니다. 그럼 다음 질문 드릴게요. 소울스 팀에서 가장 좋아하는 아우라는 무엇인가요?
이거는 한 분씩 내려가면서 같이 말해볼까요? 엑스씨님 먼저, 제가 다음 워드님 그리고 후추님 이렇게 진행하도록 하겠습니다.
저는 일단은 아까 제가 이름까지 정해줬던 붉은 마늘이 가장 이쁘다고 생각을 합니다. 등장 컷신도 만들어져 있고 그 다음에 이 붉은 마늘 같은 경우에는 뽑을 때 나오는 스크린 효과를 제가 직접 담당을 해가지고 좀 더 정이 가는 것 같습니다.
제가 가장 좋아하는 아우라는 어비셜 헌터인데요. 어비셜 헌터가 원래 플레이어블 아우라로 출시되기 이전에 제 동생 엑시스가 저를 위해서 만들어줬던 제 개인용 아우라였거든요. 그래서 저도 이 어비셜 헌터를 특히 더 좋아하고 가끔 인게임에 들어갈 때도 이 아우라를 착용하는 모습 많이 볼 수 있을 겁니다.
제가 가장 좋아하는 아우라는 아실 분들이 많이 없을 수 있는데 유효라는 아우라가 있어요. 강아지 사진이 붙어있는 아우라인데 저는 그걸 가장 좋아합니다.
저는 가장 좋아하는 아우라가 첫 번째가 오프레션이고요. 그리고 두 번째는 블러드러스트인 것 같습니다. 그래서 오프레션을 제일 좋아하고 최근에 생긴 좋아하는 아우라로는 서퍼가 굉장히 아이디어도 좋고 시원해서 좋은 것 같습니다.
오, 되게 특별한 내용을 공유해 주셨네요. 오늘 이후로 여러분들의 좋아하는 아우라 많은 검색어로 뜰 거로 예상됩니다. 그럼 다음 질문 드릴게요. 소울스 RNG 이름은 왜 솔인가요?
요건 제가 하도록 하겠습니다. 소울스 RNG가 이제 저희 소울스 RNG의 첫 번째 제작자의 이름이 에픽 솔이라는 사람인데요. 이분이 그 게임의 원래 소유자였기 때문에 게임 이름이 소울스 RNG로 정해졌습니다. 정말 간단한 이유에서 이렇게 정해졌습니다. 그런데 이제 소울스 RNG라는 이름으로 저희가 점점 규모가 커지다 보니까 이거를 이제 바꾸는 것도 솔직히 조금 그렇고, 이제 그리고 또 이 소울스 RNG라는 이 어감 자체도 되게 그렇게 불어가 많이 없는 느낌이다 보니까 이 게임 네임은 이제 추후에도 변경할 생각이 없습니다.
그러시군요. 그럼 다음 질문입니다. 앞으로 소울스팀 새로운 체험은 안 만드나요?
이것도 제가 답변 드리도록 하겠습니다. 소울스 RNG에 현재 사용되고 있는 많은 아우라들의 제가 스토리를 점점 추가해 나간다고 했는데요. 나중에 향후 콘텐츠로는 이런 스토리를 가지고 RPG 게임이나 이제 PVP 게임 같은 그런 다른 장르의 게임도 출시해 보면 어떨까, 약간 이런 계획을 하고는 있습니다. 하지만 아직까지는 그게 확정이 된 게 아니라서 이거는 나중에 저희 게임의 이벤트 요소로 출시되면서 이제 다른 게임을 출시하는 기반이 되지 않을까, 약간 그렇게 생각을 합니다.
그렇군요. 여러분들 개발 과정이랑 아우라 관련으로 질문들이 되게 많이 들어오고 있는데요. 그럼 개발 과정 질문 먼저 드리고 아우라로 넘어갈게요. 소울스 RNG를 개발하면서 가장 만들기 힘들었던 기능은 무엇이고 어떤 우여곡절이 있었나요?
이거는 제가 답변하도록 할게요. 저희가 처음에 아우라 스토리지를 만들기 전에 슬롯이라는 기능을 썼었어요. 그 슬롯이라는 기능을 어떤 슬롯이 나와 이제 나갔다 그거 저장되기 전에 이제 슬롯이 다 저장되기 전에 게임 데이터를 불러와서 이제 아우라가 복사가 되는 그런 일이 있었거든요. 그래서 이거를 바꾸어야겠다라고 생각을 하게 됐고, 그 뒤에 아우라 스토리지 기능을 개발을 했는데, 이 스토리지를 만들 때 이제 어떤 식으로 저장을 해야 되고 이제 기능을 어떤 식으로 돌아가게 만들어야 될지 생각이 잘 안 났었어 가지고 이거 만들 때 어떻게 구현하지 이 생각을 되게 많이 해서 그게 가장 기억에 많이 남습니다. 네, 가장 힘들었던 것 같아요. 그거 개발하는 게.
그렇군요. 그러면 반대로 소울스 RNG 개발하면서 가장 마음에 들었던 부분은 무엇인가요?
가장 마음에 들었던 부분 아무래도 가장 마음에 들었던 부분이 아무래도 점프맵 만들었던 때 같은데, 게임에 당시에 할 게 아무것도 없어가지고 사람들이 진짜 뽑다가 나가는 일이 많았었는데 점프맵 추가해주니까 되게 다 그쪽에만 몰려있고 뭔가 커뮤니티 분위기도 와, 할 거 생겼다 이런 느낌이어가지고 좀 그때 좋았던 것 같아요. 사람들 좋아하는 거, 가장 좋아하는 걸 본 게 그때 같아요, 제 기억상으로.
그러셨군요. 그러면 이제 슬슬 아우라 질문으로 넘어가 볼게요. 아우라 만들 때는 어디서 영감을 얻으시나요? 아까 커뮤니티라고 말씀해 주시긴 했는데 여러분 개인적으로 영감을 좀 설명해 주세요.
이거는 비주얼 이펙트 작업을 하시는 솔님이나 이제 저희 엑시스가 대답을 했으면 참 좋았을 것 같은데요. 대부분 이제 아우라 커뮤니티에서 구해오는 경우가 가장 많고요. 이제 또 사물을 묘사하기 위해서 이제 만약에 꽃과 관련된 아우라가 있다 하면은 그 꽃에 대해서 조사를 막 해보고 그 꽃을 어떻게 구현을 해보겠다, 약간 해보고 약간 그런 쪽으로 노력을 좀 하고 있습니다. 근데 진짜 98% 정도는 커뮤니티의 의견을 많이 받고 커뮤니티에서 나온 의견들을 이제 저희가 수정을 거치거나 아니면 커뮤니티에 업로드된 아우라들 중에 이제 반응이 좋은 아우라들을 저희 게임에 출시하는 형태로 저희 아우라를 늘려나가고 있습니다.
여러분 아우라 한정 아우라 리워크 하실 생각 있냐는 의견이 있는데요.
일단 저는 의향이 있습니다. 솔직히 옛날에 이벤트 했던 한정 아우라들 보면은 퀄리티가 많이 떨어지는 편이어서 언제까지 그냥 누워서 배째고만 있을 순 없죠. 다른 분들은 어떻게 생각하세요?
저는 한정 아우라 한 번씩 다 리워크하면 좋을 것 같다고 생각해요.
그러면 마지막 3개의 질문하고 여러분들이 시청자분들을 위해서 준비한 특별한 스닉피크 있다고 하시는 걸로 넘어갈게요. 그러면 서울팀처럼 큰 개발진분들이 같이 단합하면서 개발하시는 데 있어서 이렇게 새로 개발 처음 시작하는 분들에게 조언이 있나요?
일단 제가 스크립트 짤 때를 말씀드리면은 저희 리모트 이벤트 같은 거 있잖아요. 그거 검사 되게 꼼꼼하게 넣으세요. 제가 기억하는 가장 큰 일이 직접 유저가 그 설정에서 스트링 값을 설정할 수 있는 게 있거든요. 그거 길이 제한을 안 넣어놔가지고 그 일부러 글자를 엄청 길게 넣어서 데이터 저장 제한을 넘겨서 이제 데이터를 일부러 롤백 시키는 분들이 있었어요. 그거 기억나가지고 되게 그런 검사는 조금 빡빡하게 해주셨으면 좋겠다 이런 말씀 드리고 싶어요.
그렇군요. 그러면 다른 분은 개발자 중 한 분이 프리캠 기능을 추가할 거라고 하셨는데 언제 추가하실 건지, 그리고 추가했을 때 기능을 모두가 쓸 수 있게 할 건지 아니면 특정 조건을 걸고 하실 건지 궁금해하시는데요.
이거는 제가 대답할게요. 프리캠을 계획 중인 게 원래 에라 8이었거든요. 근데 조금 미뤄져서 아마 에라 9 아니면은 10쯤에 추가될 것 같습니다. 그래서 그 기존 프리캠은 이제 벽을 통과하고 그렇게 날아다닐 수 있거든요. 근데 이제 제가 추가하고 싶은 거는 벽을 통과하지 않고 그리고 플레이어 멀리 날아가지 않도록 하고 이제 원하면은 필터랑 카메라 타이머 기능까지 넣으면 좋을 것 같다고 생각했습니다. 그래서 모두에게 사용할지는 아마 나중에 게임 패스를 이용하여서 팔 수도 있고 아니면은 제한적인 부분만 열고 게임 패스로 팔 수도 있을 것 같습니다.
네, 마지막 질문입니다. 많은 질문들 주셨는데 안타깝게도 시간 관계로 마지막 질문으로 할게요. 이러한 파티클 또는 빔 스타일을 VFX를 만드는 데 있어 어떻게 예술 계획이나 상상된 것처럼 볼 수 있도록 사전에 예측하시는지 궁금해하는데요. 여러분들이 준비하신 스닉피크랑 약간 관련성 있는 것 같은데 화면 보여주시면서 답해보면 어떨까요?
제가 공유하도록 할게요.
네.
마이크는 끄고 공유하도록 하겠습니다. 혹시 노래 꺼주실 수 있나요? 감사합니다.
후추님이 화면 공유해 주시는 동안 다른 분들께서 아우라 설명해 주시면 어떨까요?
소리가 겹치진 않겠죠?
아, 아틀라스라는 아우라입니다. 이건 포트가 아마 진행 중인 아우라일 텐데요. 이거는 다음 에라 9 때 확실하게 추가되는 아우라라고 볼 수 있겠습니다. 다음으로 넘어가죠. 이 아우라도 저희 화이트리스트 된 아우라인데요. 반응이 좋아서 이 아우라도 출시가 될 수 있다고 볼 수 있겠습니다. 이것도 이제 로드 트립과 약간 유사한 형태의 아우라인데 이걸 아우라라고 부를 수 있겠냐고 약간 말을 하실 수도 있겠지만 커뮤니티에서 정말 많은 사랑을 받고 있는 아우라이기 때문에 향후 출시될 가능성이 있습니다.
우사님 마이크가 겹치는 것 같아서 제가 설명하도록 하겠습니다.
네, 알겠습니다.
이거는 다이나믹 호스인데요. 장착 애니메이션도 있고 아마 많은 분들이 좋아해 주셔서 추가할 것 같습니다. 그 다음은 블루썸 리메이크입니다. 아까 한정 아우라가 리메이크 되면 어떠냐는 이야기가 있었는데 블루썸은 이렇게 바뀔 것 같아요. 그 다음은 셀레스티알 리메이크입니다. 아마 나중에 기회가 되면 셀레스티알 변이 스킨들도 리메이크를 하지 않을까 싶어요. 그 다음에 이 아우라는 아마 이전에 추가를 확정했다가 잠시 미뤘던 아우라인데요. 이번에 에라 9 때 장착 시스템을 다시 바꾸고 추가할 의향이 있습니다.
제가 직접 껴봤는데 진짜 멋있어요.
그 다음은 아크엔젤 리워크입니다.
이 아크엔젤 리워크는 고르게 된 계기가 사람들이 너무 다른 억대 아우라에 비해서 불나방 같고 크기가 작다라고 해가지고 한번 사이즈 큰 걸로 골라봤습니다.
네, 말 그대로 대천사죠. 제 영상이 조금 끊기네요. 스킬 보여드리겠습니다. 그 다음은
그거는 최적화 버전은 뭐죠?
네, 이건 매트릭스 오버드라이브입니다. 아마 저번에 추가하려다가 최적화가 안 돼 있어서 취소를 했었거든요. 근데 이거는
맞아요.
렉을 줄이고 다시 만든 버전이라서 이것도 추가될 수 있을 것 같습니다.
네, 그때 기어를 다 한 땀 한 땀 빔으로 수작하셨던 걸로 기억하는데 메쉬로 바꾸니까 렉 안 걸리고 좋네요.
그 다음은 포맷 리워크입니다.
이것도 진작 했어야 되는 기억이긴 한데 이렇게 변하면 코멧 많이 사랑받을 것 같지 않나요?
저희
저거
유니버스
혹시
패션도
맞는
네 이제 재료로도 안 쓰이는 거라서 많이 좋아해줬으면 좋겠네요.
그 다음은 세일러 리메이크된 버전인데 그거를 좀 더 개선해서 다시 만든 버전입니다.
저희 더치맨 지은 모델이 적어지 않나요?
네, 조금 최적화를 다시 하고
이렇게
피드백을
막
받아서 수정하신 걸로 알아요. 네,
문어 발 같은 게 막 생겼네요.
아마 스킬도 크라켄 관련으로 생기지 않을까 싶어요.
그리고 스킬 넣고 싶은 거 있으면 말해보세요. 만들어 드리겠습니다.
스킬 아이디어 있으면 말해주세요. 그 다음은 매트릭스 리버스 콜리너리 리메이크입니다.
그래 뭔가 조금 괜찮아져
매트릭스
보이는 느낌?
마그네틱.
저거 카메라
최적화 필요하실 거거든요.
네, 이거는
저
최적화한
기존 버전은 뭐라 해야 되지? 카메라를 가까이 가면 프레임이 1 정도 나왔는데 저거는 좀 괜찮을 것 같아요.
네, 그리고 또 애니메이션 업로드 권한 때문에 애니메이션이 안 들어있는 그런 불상사가 발생을 했는데 저 버전으로 들어가면 좋을 것 같네요.
아마 그러면 역극성에도 그 아우라에도 애니메이션이 들어갈 것 같아요. 그 다음은
그리고
네,
놀랍게도 아까 오우러는 같은 제작자가 만든 리메이크 버전입니다.
그리고 이거는 크로마틱 디바인데요. 아마 출시할 때는 노래를 바꿔서 하지 않을까 싶어요. 생유세는 멋진 아우라입니다.
진짜 막 쩐데요.
이게 아우라가 아마 저희 엑소틱이 맞나? 크로마틱
네.
엑소틱을 이제 게임에서 제거하면서 이 아우라가 원래 그 자리를 메꿀 예정이었는데 아마 노래 저작권 때문에 그게 수용되지 않았던 걸로 제가 기억을 하는데요.
작곡은 아마 해올님이 해주지 않을까 싶어요. 해올님이래, 다룰님. 오, 방금 코멘트 올라왔는데 더치맨
네.
문어발이 베푸시는 기술 생기면 간지나겠다고 누가 저걸 올려주셨어요.
참고하겠습니다. 이것도 시리우스인데요. 굉장히 오래전에 추가하려다가 말았던 아우라인데 기회가 되면 이 시리우스 아우라도 게임에 넣을 것 같습니다.
아마 바이옴 한정 아우라로 추가될 것 같은데 어떤
오로라
바이옴인지는 말 안 드리겠습니다.
그 다음에
네.
그 다음은 이제 가르강티아 리메이크 후보들인데요. 아마 지금 일단 현재 가르강티아입니다. 가르강티아 이것도 리메이크입니다.
뭔가 바닥이 좀 더 우주다워진 느낌?
위에 블랙홀이
짧게
있고
끊어서
아래에
보도록
은하수가 있죠. 네.
위에 블랙홀 저거 효과 고쳐졌네요. 저거 좋다.
그 다음
저거는
후보입니다.
저건 렉이 좀 많이 걸릴 것 같은. 근데 이쁘네요.
아마 저희 아우라로 출시될 때는 한번 그 최적화를 받고 들어올 거라 큰 지장은 없을 수도 있습니다. 없을 거예요.
최적화 검사는 제 노트북에서 돌아간지 보기만 하면 되기 때문에.
그다음 리메이크 버전입니다. 이거는 그전이랑 크기는 비슷한데 퀄리티가 좀 더 좋아진 것 같아요. 저렇게 블랙홀 주변에 빛이 왜곡되는 효과도 있고 아래 행성들도 있고. 이거는 아까 그 오프레션 제작자 크로마틱 디바 제작자분이 만드신 건데요. 네.
뭔가 굴절 효과 생긴 느낌? 그리고 저희 새로운 바이옴, 저희 새로운 바이옴 추가될 가능성이 있나고 질문 주셨는데요. 그거는 이제 저희가 말씀을 드릴 수 없습니다. 비밀이에요, 그거. 아쉽지만 비밀로.
그래서 이렇게 4개 가르강티아 후보 중에 마음에 드는 거 있으면 말해주시면 될 것 같아요.
아니요, 그거는 곧 저희가 공개적으로 커뮤니티 투표를 통해서 정할 예정입니다.
투표 참여 많이 해주세요.
아우라 쇼케이스는 저게 마지막이었습니다.
이렇게 보여드렸던 아우라들은 향후에 출시될 수도 있고 그렇지 않을 수도 있는 그런 아우라들입니다. 하지만 출시될 확률이 정말 높다고 볼 수 있죠.
네. 저희 이제 발표
엔딩 크레딧 보도록 합시다.
네.
지금까지 발표 들어주셔서 정말 감사합니다.
네. 다른 분들은 아쉽게도 오늘 일정이 안 맞으셔서 못 나오셨는데 나중에 기회가 된다고 하면은 다른 분들과도 같이 저희 게임에 대해서 소개를 하고 싶어요.
자, 이렇게 해서 이상으로 저희